Say Ampeti Washte. Say Tanse. That's all I know. um, did you guys have like fun last night? That Kahominy fashion show. Did you guys learn lots? Well, there's another day of learning. So today there's gonna be drum making. You guys need to go sign up over there. All of the boys go sign up at the corner. Same place where you guys signed up for fashion show and all that. And yes, let's get rolling here. um, I'll hand the mic over to my mom. Here she is.
Thank you, Brock. So good morning, everyone. Ihani Washte. I was just going to start off the day saying good morning to everyone and saying Pidamaye to the pipe carriers. This morning we sat in pipe ceremony and we prayed for this beautiful day. And I want to extend my condolences to one of our staff members who lost her husband earlier in the week. So from QBOW, we want to just extend our condolences to the family and also safe travel. Some of our family from Standing Buffalo has to head back home today. So we wish them safe travels as well. And like Brock had mentioned, you guys need to sign up. Whoever's going to be making the hand drums, you guys can sign up over there. 20 spots are available. And you guys are still going to receive your community needs assessments from your chaperones. So how many chaperones do I have in the room right now? Inashi, stand up. All my chaperones that are in here. I know there's many more chaperones that aren't in here right now. I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. I know it's not easy. And I just want to say thank you. And the first 19 to come up here will get one of Theo Fleury's books. Made you guys run. Yeah. Yes. Yes. You guys can all put your names on the needs assessment and then we will keep track and we're just going to be pulling names out of the hat because that's the fairest way for those 5 prizes. Okay, so what I want you guys to do is look at your neighbor. Somebody pick a friend and look at your friend right now. Somebody pick somebody at your table and just stare at them in the eyes. Even in the back over there. The QBOW staff, we have board members in the back. We have Chief Ananas in the back. Look at somebody right in the eyes right now. Hurry up. I'm serious. And I want you guys to laugh. Laugh. Make a funny face. Laugh. Look at each other. Don't be so serious. You guys aren't laughing over here. I don't hear you. Well, I hope you guys have a really good day. We're going to review the agenda now. So this morning here in the ballroom, we have Kendall Netmaker here from Nietzsche Gear. And then we're going to have a nutrition break. And then we're going to be going into our breakout sessions. Now, breakout sessions means you guys are going to be inside the rooms. So that's where you guys will be getting your community needs assessments as well. So make sure you guys go to the rooms. If you guys are found in the hotel wondering, we're going to chase you guys to your session. So we'll have Kendall Netmaker remain in here. And then in the Canadian room, we're going to have at 10:30 to 11:15, we'll have Caleb Pelche doing drugs and alcohol. In the courtyard room, we're going to have Alphonse Obe doing traditional games. And in the Manitoba room, we will have the drum making. And in the brass lantern room, we're going to have Holly Toulager doing healthy relationships. And then it'll switch over at 11:20 to 12:05. Kendall Netmaker will remain in here. And then in the Canadian room, we'll have Joey Generu doing gang prevention. Alphonse will remain in the courtyard room with traditional games. And the hand drum making will remain in the Manitoba room. And then Holly Toulager will remain in the brass lantern. Then we will come back here for lunch. And then this afternoon, starting at 1 p.m. in this room, we're going to have Wasey Rabbit. And then in the Manitoba room all day today, the drum making will continue because it's going to take a long time to make those drums. And at 1:55 to 2:40, we will have Wasey in here still. And then in the Canadian room, we'll have Joey Generu. And in the courtyard room, we'll have Caleb Pelche Wadidika doing drugs and alcohol presentation. And then in the brass lantern, we will have Reagan Alexis Ishnana. For those of you guys participated in her presentation in here. She started a little bit of it yesterday as well. And then we will go into a break at 2:40 to 2:50. And then we will start our closing for the day. So that's when the draws will be made for those 5 big prizes. So did you guys know that it's impossible to lick your elbow? This one here, those 2 over here, come up and get a gift card. You guys tried. Give them a gift card. Come. Yeah, you. Brock will give you a gift card. They're in that bag. So we're going to be giving out gift cards throughout the day, and I have the autograph photos of Theo Fleury. So we'll be handing those out as well throughout the day to the youth that we see. So with that, we are going to go into, I'm only 5 minutes off of 9:30 here, because I can talk forever. You guys know that. One more thing, facilitators, please pick up your evaluations at the back over there before leaving to do your presentations. So we are going into our keynote. Please text your fellow youth to come up. This is it's very important for our youth to be here. As QBOW, we try our best for our youth. And that's why we have you guys all gathered here today and yesterday and the day before. So it is my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Mr. Kendall Netmaker. He is known as one of Canada's most accomplished entrepreneurs with over 25 awards in business to date. Kendall was recently named one of Canada's top 40 under 40, the country's most coveted award for young business leaders. Each year, Kendall speaks to thousands of people worldwide on resilience, leadership, and Indigenous values. In addition to being a sought-after speaker, Kendall has authored the best-selling book, Driven to Succeed, From Poverty to Podium. He is the founder of Nichigear, a lifestyle clothing company that empowers youth through sports. Each year, they donate thousands of dollars to helping youth to take part to get into sports. Kendall's keynotes, workshops, and consulting programs have inspired thousands around the globe, and his goal is to inspire you to become who you were born to be. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Kendall Netmaker.
Danse, tamskaattenu okakio. Nanaskom win. Anotuma, I've been asked to come and share some words of encouragement to help all of us in this moment. A lot of us are going through some tough times. I used to be in rooms like this growing up, and I used to wonder what I was going to do in the future. And I know many of you are thinking that right now in this moment or in the past, maybe yesterday, or maybe you will after today's keynote or after this event's done. I want to start off also by sharing that I'm going to be sharing some things that I was told, not only from mentors, coaches, but also from elders growing up. I come from Sweetgrass First Nation. That's my home community. And growing up, I used to be a big dreamer. I used to have these big dreams. I used to picture myself doing things out there that other people were doing. And I used to think, oh, maybe I can do that one day. Maybe that can be me. That's why we have events like this, is to inspire each other to think beyond what we see. Because sometimes what we see at home is struggle. Sometimes what we see in our community is all we see is struggle. All we see is pain. That's why we need events like this. We need role models. We need people who step outside the box, who it's okay to say no. People who would say it's okay to ask for help. I was talking this morning to one of our speakers, Mr. Jenneru, who's going to be doing a workshop after, and I mentioned with him, I said, you know, one of the reasons why we get asked to speak is because I'm okay to ask for help. I'm okay to say that I don't know everything. It's okay to say that you don't know how to do things, but to go and ask someone for help, it could be an elder, a coach, a mentor, a teacher, and so on. I want to share with you something also that I was told growing up. I was told growing up that all of us were here on purpose, not for nothing. All of us have a purpose. All of us have a unique path that we've been given. That's why we're born into this world. So in a sense, what I'm trying to say, especially to all our young people in this room, is that you're chosen to be here. I'm going to say that again. You're chosen to be here. You've been given gifts, talents, abilities. Some of you can do things that your friends maybe are unaware of. Sometimes someone will say something to you, they'll be like, wow, you're really good at that. That's a gift. And when you nurture your gifts from right now until you become an adult and so on, that can blossom into something beautiful in the future. I'll give you an example. Right now, I'm standing up here. There's some people who may be scared to get up on a podium. And if I pointed someone else to come up here to speak, maybe they wouldn't want to do it, because this is usually one of people's greatest fears, to get up and speak in front of people. That was me growing up. I used to be the kid in a conference like this in the back of the rooms because I didn't want to speak to no one. I was shy, scared, timid, had no confidence, no self-esteem. And when you grow up like that and you go into the mainstream and you have to speak for yourself, maybe English is your second language, it's a different world out here. For example, in the cities, the towns, and so on. It's a different world. So sometimes we have to put on a face, so to speak, a different front to give us more self-esteem so that we can speak up for ourselves out here. It's a different world. We're constantly walking through two worlds. A world of our community, where we go back home, our home fire, and we go out into this other world of the mainstream. And I will tell you from experience up until this point, one of the most challenging things that I go through right now, and a lot of young people are going through right now, is this journey. I'm gonna sum this up as best I can. We all want each other to be successful. I hope that for all of you in this room, I want you to be successful. But sometimes when you get to a certain point of success, you start to get looked at as someone who could also come back home to fix our problems. Someone that could take it upon themselves to be looked at as a public figure. So now you're going to be held at as a role model. People will look at you that way. So with that comes a great responsibility to try to live a clean lifestyle. to abstain from drugs, alcohol, negativity that's all out there behind the scenes that we don't want to look at sometimes. So there's a pressure that comes with that. Along that journey, if you accept something like that, there's also this thing called the pressure of trying to be successful in those two worlds I just explained to you. Being successful out here in the mainstream, but also successful back home. And for some of the communities, that could be your cultural aspects of life. Acknowledging where you come from, being part of ceremony, practicing your beliefs and so on. But also taking that out here and grounding yourself with that. That's a pressure I have to struggle with to this day. In the introduction, there was a lot of cool things that were said. But at the same time, I struggle when I go back home to speak Cree. Absisbo ko na nahihiwan. Maka, eka ko e akamimo yan. Kisto Moy kontaanots. All of us, we have gifts. All of us, we have talents. You're all chosen to be here. When you acknowledge your gift within yourself, you put it in a chosen field of practice, whatever that is for you. Here's what also I was told growing up. Oftentimes what I'm sharing with you came from my lineage. My kukam would share this in a way through my mom or through whoever was around us, because she rarely spoke English. She spoke broken English, kind of like how I speak Cree. It's broken, but it's understandable. And one of the things that she would say growing up is that you have to picture the first day you were born. It's like you're stepping foot onto a road, and there's this long road that you're walking. Every step you take is a part of your lifeline. Every step you take, there's going to be things that will happen to you. You'll learn things. You'll stumble over things. You will struggle with things. People will come and test you. People will come and throw obstacles your way. Could come in the form of gossip, negativity, bullying. People will come and give you gifts. People will try to come and help you. Could come in the form of mentors, coaches, strangers. People who come and give blessings to you. And every step you take, you're going to learn something about yourself. But one of the things that we're struggling right now in this moment is that we're going through some of the hardest times as a society. We're trying to balance our worlds as best as we can. We're trying to be successful as best as we can. We're trying to retain our language, our culture as best as we can. We're trying to be successful out here as best as we can. And then when you get to that point that I hope all of you get to, there comes a question: is where are we going to take this now? Are we going to use it to help the betterment of our communities, or are we going to take it back home and let it be where it is? I'm the eldest of 4 of us in my family. I have 3 younger siblings. There's Kendra, Farah, Marisha. And ever since I was a kid, my mother did the best she could with what she had. And I owe a lot of what I do to her. I owe a lot of what I do to my kukam, the one that took us in when we were young. I owe a lot of what I do to my ancestors who sacrificed their struggles, their opportunities, so we can have days like this today. One of the things I often get asked when I go and speak to, I'll say, Muniao audiences, they say, Kendall, what inspires you to do what you do? Here's my answer to you, and I hope that this also inspires you and you get thinking in a way of where you want to go in the next 10, 20, 30 years, however long you're meant to be here. They ask me, what inspires you? What motivates you? Here's my answer. Everything that we have right now, we have these events, we have our education, we still have our culture, our language. We have opportunities more than ever. When I first started as an entrepreneur, I had no one else I could talk to. Now there's hundreds of entrepreneurs across this country that you can just look up on your phone. We have more opportunities now than ever to try to be successful the way our ancestors wanted us to be. We have them because of their sacrifice. We have them because of Keiteak in this audience right now, their sacrifices, our old people. They're the ones who paved the path for you and I to be here today. So doesn't it make sense, my friends, that we take advantage of these opportunities for the betterment of ourselves and our children and our legacy? These opportunities that we get, we have more than them than we've ever had as a society. It's up to us to take advantage of them, to go and apply for things, to come up, to take a book, to take an opportunity. That's what that represents. The ones who get up and go and get it, those are the ones who are going to take advantage of those opportunities. Now, I also want to speak to something that in our communities, even in the urban centers in Saskatoon, PA, Regina, everywhere, we're going through a major identity crisis, I guess we'll say. We're living lives and we don't know who we are sometimes, where we fall under. We get susceptible to being pulled into negative directions in our life because we don't have that belonging, that foundation that all of us need. They say 0 to 6 years of age is a critical time in a child's upbringing. And during those times, we get programmed with things. How to enter a room, how to shake people's hands, how to greet an elder, how to talk to your friends and so on, how to be respectful to people of the opposite sex and so on, how to be respectful to your siblings, your mom, your dad, your kukums, your mushums, your chapans, and so on. And throughout our journeys together, when we go back to that lifeline I was talking about, I remember my kukam saying, the reason why a lot of people struggle is that they get pulled off their lifeline. And they get pulled off temporarily in the form of negativity, negative people that want them to do maybe drugs, alcohol, get into gangs and so on, get into a lot of negativity. And so they step off that line for a while and they stay on the side of the road parked in a circle and they don't go nowhere while the rest of society keeps moving. They keep staying there. And as the rest of society is moving and they're abusing themselves, whether it's with drugs, alcohol, whatever that is that they choose to do, they're not honoring their true self, their true gift. All of us have a gift. They would also tell me that in order to get to where you're meant to go, you have to try to live as clean of a life as possible. I used to wonder what that meant. And I used to ask, well, what does that mean? They would say, well, you got to watch who you talk to and how you let people influence your mind. Because our minds are our most strongest things that we have as individuals. Our minds program us. So you got to watch who you listen to. Someone who means well can help you in a good way, but someone who doesn't mean well for you can hurt you, can pull you off your path, can influence you in a negative way. Sometimes our own friends can pull us off our path. As a kid, my mother, like I said, I owe a lot to them and my ancestors. All of us, we have opportunities because of them. When my mother separated from my father, we ended up in these women's shelters, interval houses in PA, and then Saskatoon, then North Battleford, bouncing around these different places. My kukam was the one to take us into Sweetgrass. She lived on top of this hill on the res. And we moved all of our stuff, our belongings into her living room. And in her living room, she had beds made on the floor. And that's what we called home for the next several months, living with my kukam in her living room. When we were staying with her, I didn't realize that was going to be the start of a lot of what I was going to share in the future. I didn't realize that a lot of what I was going to experience during that time, I was going to try be asked in the future to speak about. For example, things about why we don't look each other in the eye sometimes. Sometimes I have to go out there to educate the non-Indigenous people about that. Simple teachings like that. How we respect one another, how we try to help each other, how we're meant to live in harmony with each other. It's a different world out here. I was also speaking this morning to a young man about how difficult it is for us oftentimes when we're at this age. And then we go to the cities, we go to college, university, go to work somewhere, and how difficult it is for us to leave our families. It's hard. Because in our culture, our relations, in my opinion, are more intertwined and stronger than the non-Indigenous out there. So when we leave our community, we're leaving a part of ourselves back home. It's hard for us. That's why a lot of us, when we go to the cities, we don't have that support team. That's why a lot of us drop out. That's why a lot of us go back home. So we have to, as leaders, acknowledge those things and create support systems so that we can all succeed in how we're meant to. So that we can use our gifts and go and bring it to the world to help this world to get better. Where I am right here, right now, I'm just a messenger. I don't consider myself any better than anyone. I've been humbled too many times to think that way. When I was told to come and speak here, also at different events in the past, I try to speak from here, where I'm pointing to, where the truth comes from, what I truly believe people need to hear, what I was taught from elders growing up, what I was taught from my ancestors growing up. Try to speak truth, try to speak with love, try to speak with compassion, try to speak to influence people in a good way. That's why I'm here. And I hope that a piece of my story will inspire some of you here today to akamemo, and whatever it is that you wish to do with your life, your career. You all have gifts, you all have talents. One of the hardest things that you'll notice for those of you who decide to step onto your path and honor it, one of the hardest things is as you're stepping, as you're succeeding, is sometimes you're going to have to make less time for certain people in your friends, your family. That's hard. Because sometimes you have to sacrifice time with them because they affect your mindset in a negative way. They hurt you more than give you love. They pull you away more than encourage you. That's hard. When I started Nietzsche Gear, that was one of the hardest things for me. I went from being an athlete to being a part of all this sports stuff, and all of a sudden I'm on my own as an entrepreneur, and I had to try to be successful. I was in my apartment all the time by myself. No one else was encouraging me. I had no choice but to talk to myself nicely up here. That's hard, especially when you weren't raised like that. That's why they say you got to watch who you listen to. You got to watch what you listen to, what you watch every single day. If all you're seeing is negativity, your mind's going to think negatively. Some of us grew up like that. It's not our fault. But up to a certain age, you're on your own. And you have to step out through these doors, through the front step of your house, your home. And you have to work with what you have right in front of you. We can use what's happened to us as an excuse, or we can use it as fuel to go and achieve something. All of us have that. Here's something I truly believe. I want to share this with you. All of us, our ancestors, we had to go through a lot than everyone else in this country. And we're still going through a lot. We're still struggling. All of us are going through tough times right now. Everyone, no one's exempt. We are all affected in some way. I truly believe one of the reasons why we have to go through some of these things that we go through is sometimes you're chosen to go and change it for the world in the future. You have to go through things to prepare you for what's to come. If I came and gave you a silver platter of your future and I said, this is your ideal life, here it is. You never worked for it. It's not going to work out for you to keep that maintained. It's the same thing when someone wins a lottery. They're not ready for that. So it usually squanders right away. Same thing with you and I. We have to work and hack through our problems, our challenges, to be able to handle what's to come. Now, some of you may be thinking, well, Kendall, you don't know what I've been through. I don't know what everyone's been through. What I can tell you from my experience working with different people around the world, one thing's in common. The greatest leaders out there have all had to struggle. Nothing was really given to them. They've had to go through pain, trauma. Something happened in their early upbringing. And they used it as fuel to go and achieve something. I encourage all of us in this room, whatever you've gone through, whatever you're going through, whatever you will go through in the future, to try to look at all of our problems or obstacles. There's blessings in there. You just have to go and find it. I'll give you 3 examples before we get into the breakouts today. I want to give you 3 examples. When I was, I guess we'll say at your age, because I see a lot of teens, young teens in this room. When I was going to school, my focus at that time was I wanted to become an athlete. I wanted to play sports. Volleyball was my thing back then. I used to play soccer, badminton, basketball, all these different sports. There was people that I didn't know that took it upon themselves to say things like, hey, Kendall, you're good at that. Hey, Kendall, you should keep playing this sport. Hey, Kendall, come and play on our team. When you're trying in something and you're giving your effort into something, it's the role of the leaders, the teachers, to say something to those young people, to encourage them to akamimo, to move forward in a good way. People see potential in other people who have gone through that. And so growing up, there was teachers, there was leaders who would say that to me. Kendall, you should keep going. Kendall, you should go to university. I never even saw myself as a university student. Growing up, I grew up like many of us in this room right now. We have this commonality. Some of you maybe grow up in your communities. Some of you grow up in the cities, towns. Growing up, I remember when we were living with my kukum, we finally got a little 2-bedroom house not far from my kukum's house. And when we got there, my mother let me have a room. My 3 younger sisters shared a room. My mom slept on the couch. And that happened from grade 1 till I graduated high school. When I talk about I owe my mom a lot, that's just one example, one of many examples. She created a safe space for us, I guess. And she sacrificed her own comfort so I could have a room. So from grade 1 to grade 12, that's what I had my own room. I was a spoiled one in my family, I guess you'll say. And from grade 1 to grade 12, I used to watch my mom sit at the kitchen table with a little notepad and a pen, budgeting a welfare check every month to the penny. I used to watch her struggle to get a ride to North Battleford to go buy us groceries. Every month she'd have to go and hire someone. I used to watch her struggle to get us lunch food so we can go to school and not have to look less than my peers. I used to watch her have to pawn our belongings so that we could have more lunch food, supper in the future. I used to watch her have to do that. I used to watch her collect cans and bottles, bring in the Sarcan. I used to watch us struggle. Growing up through that, when you only have one parent, some of us don't even have that. Some of us grow up through foster care, with a different family member and so on. As you go about your path and you keep trying, there will be people who will see things in you. Sometimes it'll be a stranger. Sometimes you won't even know who the person is. They'll come out of nowhere and they'll give you a gift, and it could be through words or an active encouragement. By the time I was in grade 3, my mom, when we were living in that house, she put me on a bus that took me outside the reserve for the first time. And it was a place called Cut Knife. And in Cut Knife, I remember going there and I was like a different world for myself. It was just like my first time leaving the res. I never knew people talked about farms, crops, people measured rain, stuff like that. Like that was just crazy to me. But I remember going there and there was kids that would get dropped off from Poundmaker, Little Pine, some of them from Sweetgrass. And I got there and I didn't realize that I was different. I didn't realize that I had an accent. I spoke differently. I didn't know, people didn't know what a kukum or mushum was, all that type of stuff. And I remember getting there and I knew that I had to try to find a way to make some friends quick. Otherwise, I would really struggle there. My commonality with them was soccer. I like to play sports. So I remember going to these kids at recess and I would kick the ball with them. And at that time, I was able to study them. And I asked them questions about, hey guys, how are your crops doing? How much rain you get last night? You know, lots of rain, right? And these kids were like looking at me all crazy. Like, man, this guy, I think he understands us. And I remember showing up and I was playing soccer more with these kids. By the time I was in grade 5, this is where the Nietzsche gear story came in. Nietzsche gear story was born from the story I'm going to share with you. When I was in grade 5, there was a kid from South Africa, him and his family. They paid for my soccer fees. They drive me to and from Sweetgrass to Cut Knife to play soccer. It really empowered me. On the weekends, they let me go to their house. They lived at Attons Lake, Saskatchewan. Beautiful home they had. It's like brand new. Walkout basement to the lake. Now, when I remember being there, I'd be like, wow, maybe one day I can have a home like this. Wow, maybe one day I could have this. And then I saw a role model family. I saw a mom, dad with their children, raising their kids. I thought, wow, this is what's possible. This is what it means to have a family. Wow. My mind was getting expanded with possibilities. And then I found my first role model. My best friend's name was Johan. It was his dad. Johan's dad used to say stuff like, hey, Kendall, good job today. Hey, Kendall, I like the way you're dressed today, young man. Hey, Kendall, great job at the soccer game today. He would just give me these little words of encouragement. I didn't know that they meant a lot to me back then. Now I do. It's the power of words, the power of encouragement to one another. 2 years later, this family was moving to the city, and they gifted my mother a vehicle that they weren't going to take to the city. So now my mom is driving me, my siblings, to play soccer, to be involved after school. That's how one helping hand helped and changed our future course, I guess, if you will. By the time I was in high school, I was in North Battleford getting bused to and from Sweetgrass every day. And I went to play volleyball. And there was teachers and coaches that would say, hey, Kendall, come play this sport. Hey, Kendall, come try this. You should go to university. And at that time, like I said, there was no one in my family that was educated at post-secondary. So to me, even to think that way was a big stretch. So I applied to university. I never got in. I never got into university the first time. But I was using what I had, which was sports. And sports took me from high school. I went to Alberta to a college there for 2 years. I played some volleyball. I come back to Saskatoon. I get into the ITEP program. I'm trying to become a teacher. I was like, yeah, I'm going to become a phys ed teacher. That's my thing. And when I got there, sometimes Creator has different plans for people. Sometimes what you think you're going to do is not sometimes what you're meant to do. But if you stay on your path, sometimes doors will open for you. But you have to stay on the path. You have to keep trying. My last year of university, I started this company from a one-bedroom apartment not far from here, from this location. When I was going through that, my wife, Rachel, we'd had our son, our firstborn, and we were struggling to find ways to provide as new parents to a newborn. You know, some of us, we have children in this room. We have grandkids, some of us. So it's a struggle sometimes when you think about those tough times and how you're going to feed your family, how you're going to pay for your bills and so on. It's a struggle. And I remember going through that with her. We had our back was against the wall. We had nowhere else to go. And then we found ourselves downtown Saskatoon struggling to pay for rent. And now we were in line to apply for social assistance. And I remember going through that process, and I remember right at the midway point, I said, Rachel, let's go back to our apartment. And we walked out of that line, and we went back home, and I said, man, and I had to tell her, I said, I just had like this flash vision happen. I was like, I couldn't believe it was happening. I watched my mom raise us like this, and here I am. I'm gonna put my family through this. And I had this path to try to go to university. I have this business idea, and I'm not doing nothing with it. I said, if you support me, I will do everything I can with this business, and I'll try to make it work. And she nodded. And so I put my head down, and I went after this thing. I had no choice. This is where the fuel comes from. All of us, we have a fuel source of something. Some of us, it's pain. Some of us, it's trauma. Some of us, it's failing at something. Every part of this process, you have to fail at something to get better at something. You have to struggle. You have to go through challenges to get you stronger to who you're meant to become. My first business failed before Nietzsche. Nietzsche comes into place. I start going to workshops, business plan competitions. I'm sitting there with a notepad and pen taking notes. I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea how to start a company. I was there to become a teacher. So I'm sitting there at workshops, listening to people up here speak with their slides, taking notes. And all of a sudden, I show up to these presentations like this, kind of set up on a stage like this. There's like Dragons style from Dragons Den, that type of format. I had to do a business pitch. I was terrified. I remember getting up there, doing these pitches. And it was like I said, I was the shyest kid growing up. And all of a sudden, I'm being required to do this. I was terrified. All of us, we have stories. It's a part of us. It's a part of our bloodlines. Here's my advice if any of you struggle with public speaking. Tell stories through your presentations as much as possible. Those stories will relieve your tension. Tell stories that have a moral to the story, a teaching at the end of it. Tell a story with a purpose. When you tell stories like that, people listen to that. When I got up on stages to do the Nietzsche Gear pitches, I was the only one to tell a story. And I didn't realize that I was having influence into who I was speaking to. And that's how we got our first seed money to start that brand, was we started to win money to start this brand Nietzsche Gear. And all of a sudden, I started selling it out of my backpack. I started selling it at powwows, trade shows, conferences. And then we took it from that apartment to a little office downtown Saskatoon, really tiny little space, maybe half the size of this stage up here. And that was our first store. And then from that location, we went into a little kiosk at the Center Mall, a little cart. And this was a time when there wasn't anyone really doing what we were doing. And sometimes when you're the first person in a space, you have to go through a lot of challenges that sometimes other people won't go through. I'll give you an example. When I'd sit there on the cart in the kiosk and we had our brand Nietzsche Gear there, we're selling. This is 11 years ago now. When we were selling there, you hear everything, every conversation walking by you. And you hear all the positive, and you also hear all the negative. I wasn't prepared to hear all the racism. I wasn't prepared to also hear things from my own people. Some people call that lateral violence. So it started to affect me over time. I would get hurt in the beginning. I would get emotional. And as time went on, as opportunities came, we went from that kiosk to a little store. Then we went into multiple stores. And then we started to do things called wholesaling. We would put our stuff into other people's stores. Then we did custom orders, kind of like some of the hoodies that we have here today. Then we would do things through our online store, NietzscheGear.com. That's our focus now today. And then they'd say, Kendall, come and share your story at this conference. So I started to speak at events, conferences, high schools, colleges, campuses. And then companies started to ask me to go and speak. So I started provincially, now nationally, internationally. Now at this moment, I do a lot of stuff online. We have a virtual space where I do a lot of my presentations. I speak all around the world through there. I do in-person events, workshops, breakouts. We have a book, Driven to Succeed. Hey, by the way, I noticed there were some people that never got a book, and I actually happened to bring some books today, and I'm thinking of potentially. I'm kind of scared to walk out there because I tripped the other day on with my shoes on. I don't have a lot of grip, and I'm scared to bring those books in. So if there's a young person can come and help me bring those books from my vehicle after, in the next section, whoever's here, I'll give some books out. Sound good? All right, cool. So let's before we break, I just wanted to this is the first session. We're going to have breakouts right after this. I just wanted to leave you with that we all are going through stuff. We've all gone through stuff. We all will go through stuff. I encourage you the next time you're going through something to try to take a step back and ask yourself, why am I going through this? What is Creator trying to teach me right now? What am I meant to learn from this? Because one of the things from my experiences that I've known is that something keeps reoccurring in your life and you have control over it. That is Creator's way of showing you what you have to work on. Sometimes it can come in the form of a trigger, a positive, a negative, and so on. So sometimes we have to confront those things through therapy, through counseling, through asking for help. All those things I've got done. I'm not ashamed to say that. I think everyone should see a counselor. That's my opinion. Everyone should talk to each other. You know why? Because we have these things called phones now. All we do is text on here, and we don't do this enough. We don't speak squid enough. And we have to start speaking to each other again. This is part of how we heal. We tell stories. We help each other. We listen to each other. And I hope that whatever you decide to do with your life, your career, that you keep moving forward in the good way. And I hope that today that you found some value in what I shared here today. I'm just like everyone else in this room. I go through the same stuff, struggling every day, but we all have to keep trying. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to say that I'm not 100% today. It's okay to feel like that. But the goal is that you keep trying. You keep moving forward. You keep asking for help. You keep talking with your loved ones. You keep trying. Akamemoin. I hope that all of you have a great day, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the afternoon, and I hope that you continue making the best out of what QBOW has to offer you today. Nanaskum and Nanaskumtin, I thank you all very much. Hi, hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall Netmaker. He'll be here for the rest of the afternoon. Believe it or not, the last time I seen him, I was just a little baby, and me and my family were always like shopping at his clothing line in Prince Albert, Saskatoon, supporting him. And yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. He has lots to say, lots he can tell you guys to help you guys grow as a Aboriginal person. All right. What we got next is a nutrition break, and then we have our breakout sessions. We'll have Kendall Netmaker in the ballroom. I believe that's right here. And then we have Caleb doing drugs and alcohol in the Canadian room. Then Alfonso will be in the courtyard room. And drum making. There's 40 spots now. So all of you go sign up in the corner over there and make yourself a drum. They're pretty fun and time consuming. And we have Holly Tooliger with healthy relationships in the brass lantern. And we have some
The first five, the first one from Piapot to come up.
gift cards here, and the first one from Piapot to come up will receive one,
And the first one from Dirties.
and the first one from Purities to come up will get one. Standing Buffalo. And Wood Mountain. And my home turf while Peyton the coordination. See, just like that, just having fun. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll have our breakout sessions. And um, a friendly reminder is to not walk around in your breakout sessions. Just stay in there and learn. And with that, here we have our nutrition break.
Okay.
We're going to get started here pretty soon. If you want to come to the middle, please. This is where all the action's going to be. Come to the middle, come move over. And if anyone has a pen or a marker, please. Yeah, awesome. All right, we're going to get started here. You want to come to the middle? Otherwise, I'll just keep rambling for no reason whatsoever. Come on to the middle. Whoever wants to take part, come to the middle. Do we have a wireless mic? We do? Okay.
Check, testing 1, 2.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to get started here right away. Come on over to the middle. Come on over to the middle. Gonna have to keep me on time here. I can't keep looking back here at this thing. Yeah, you have a question? You have a question? Not yet. I'm gonna do a few things and we'll open it up. Okay? Sound good? A little weird. Way back there. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Okay. All right, so those of you who want to come and join in, come to the middle. Come to the middle, anywhere in the middle. Chaperones and workers, it's all good. If you guys want to chill, it's all good. Anyone else, come to the middle. So where's everybody from in the middle here? Where are you guys all from? Payapot? Beardies? Right here? Payapot? Beardies, right on. So we got Team Beardies and Team Payapot here. Anyone else? Okay, good. So since we have a small group, here's what we're gonna do. How many we got? 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 17-ish people. Everyone's gonna get a book, okay? So I'll give you a book right at the end here, okay? So we'll give some time for that. I just need someone to let me know when we're about 5 minutes after 11. What time is it right now? 10:40? Okay, so I got about 25 minutes roughly to share some stuff, okay? What's that? Yeah, just give me like whatever you got to do, okay? All right, so this morning I shared a bit about myself. I shared a bit about, I guess, some of the journey. I shared some teachings that I wanted to pass on to you all. And on this session, I have one more right after this. And on these ones, I'm gonna try to speak to the youth in this room and what you're probably gonna work through right now, what you're going through, because there's some things that I really wish I was told, and I probably wouldn't have had to suffer as much if I was told it earlier. So what I mean by that is sometimes there's a lot of things that I guess are thrown at us. I'm gonna sit up here on a chair. I'm gonna sit from right here. I can see everyone. So I didn't speak about this in the presentation this morning, but I wanted to share with you that one of the things that stops a lot of people from achieving a goal, going to university, going to college, starting a business, is this thing called bullying, this thing called our mental wellness up here, how we look at ourselves and so on. I talked about this morning about sometimes you have to, one of the hardest things that you have to do is sometimes you have to make less time for certain friends. Sometimes it's even family members, because they can really influence your mental well-being. And I remember in Nietzsche Gear days when I was just getting started, that was the most challenging thing for myself at that moment was having to make less time for those around me that contributed to me in a, I guess, a negative way that made me want to quit, made me want to give up and so on. I talked about everyone has a purpose, everyone has gifts, everyone has talents. Sometimes there's people that are put into our path, and what I'm going to share with you is what I was told. Sometimes there's people that are put into our path on purpose. And sometimes they can come in the form of someone that's making us feel uncomfortable, like someone who's being mean to us. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is because this happened to me many times. It happened to me in the form of strangers. Remember I talked about being on a kiosk. There was people that I heard all their comments. They'd be walking past me left and right. I'd hear all these negative voices. I hear people saying racist remarks about natives. Like I heard it all. And I remember I used to ask myself, why am I hearing all this? Why do I have to be in the middle of all this? And then as time went on, even in my youth, I had to deal with that when I was playing sports. And one of the toughest things was being an athlete in a non-Indigenous team, where you're the only native on that team. and you're trying to find a way to fit in. You're trying to find a way to stay on a team. You're trying to find a way to excel. Same thing is true when you go into university, college, and so on. You leave your community. It's a different world. And you're trying to find a way to fit in. You're trying to find a way to excel. But sometimes that support foundation is difficult, and it's built for everyone else except for us. So this is where the power of up here comes into play. How well are we up here, our mindset? Sometimes growing up, we have people that say things to us that are sometimes jokingly. They'll tease us. They will say things out of love, but internally we process it as a negative thing. Sometimes our humor gets the best of us, and it does more harm than it does good for us. I know this because I went through this, and I witnessed my mom going through it. People would tease, they would make fun, only to show truth through the humor that they were giving to another person. You could see through that sometimes. So what I'm trying to say to all of our Oskayak in the room, if someone is being mean to you, someone is being negative to you, someone is trying to discourage you from a path that you want to go on, that's a good path. Here's what I want to tell you that I was told. If someone is disrespectful to you, it's not about you. It's about what that person that's saying those words is going through. They don't feel good about themselves. It would take someone going through pain, through suffering, through trauma, to get up off of their seat and go inflict harm on someone through words or through events that would happen, whether it's physical, whether it's verbal abuse, and so on. That person doesn't feel good about themselves. So I had a hard time understanding what that meant when people would talk to me like that. Kendall, it's not about you, it's about what the other person's going through, they would say. Because when you're young, you internalize everything. You're more vulnerable. We don't have a lot of guidance in that area to walk us through what a bully is, how to deal with them. Because I had to deal with them all the time. I was a very tiny little scrawny kid, and the bullies would take out their crap on me. And then when I got older and they couldn't do that no more, then they would use their words on me. And that happened from high school, even through college and university, even as an athlete. And I had to find ways to look at that and be like, well, I can't believe how many times I could trace back to what someone said, and in the future, it either helped me or it discouraged me from doing something. I'll give you another example. Getting up here on this podium is terrifying for a lot of people. Getting asked to do a presentation is terrifying. I want to share with you one of the secrets of why it's terrifying. When I used to get asked to go and speak, I remember I'd be sitting here and I'd have to do a presentation, whether it was in university, whether it was in college, whether it was doing business presentation. And every time I was getting ready, I'd be terrified. I'd be like shaking. I'd be terrified because all I could focus on was, holy smokes, when I get up there, everyone's going to look at me. Holy smokes, when I get up there, people are going to think this way of me. I became my own worst enemy up here. I wasn't being positive to myself. And that's what a lot of us go through. We live our life worried about what other people think about us. So what does that mean? Sometimes we get held hostage with our own thoughts. And we make up scenarios based on our past and what we've gone through. Things that aren't even true sometimes. When in the reality is, when you get up to do a presentation, when you get up to share your voice to the world, there's a lot of people that are cheering you on. They want you to do well. They want you to be successful. It's those people in our past, those bullies, those people that try to do harm. They're the ones that left a mark in our brain somewhere, our subconscious, our programming. And it either prohibits us from trying to do things in the future, or we use that as fuel to go and try something. But a lot of us, we talk ourselves out of doing stuff. I could tell you that from experience. Many times I talked myself out of doing something because I was too worried about what my friends were going to say. I was too worried about what the public was going to think. And one of the things that hit me recently is when I was when I was doing Nietzsche gear and I was in that life, I was just, every day I go to the store. Every day I have to go either to PA, to Saskatoon, to Regina. I have to go and work with our designers, work with our merchandisers. I have to go and be the shipper, the receiver. I have to go and mail orders through Canada Post. I was doing everything. And I was in my little Dodge Caravan. Missed that vehicle, by the way, back in the day. And I remember going to all these different spots. And as I'd go to all these different spots, I found myself like a hamster in a wheel, going really fast as you can. And all of a sudden, that hamster gets tired. That was me. I was burning out. And all of a sudden, I found myself sitting on a chair like this, asking myself, what do I want to do? Why am I doing what I do? And I sat up here on a chair, alone in a room, contemplating what was going to happen next. Why am I doing what I do? And you know what came to me? I was doing it for other people, not me. I was too worried about what other people thought. And I put my health at risk. I put my well-being at risk. So then, 2018 comes along. And I found myself trying to find out, okay, well, what do I want to do? Same thing with you right now. I want you to ask yourself in your mind, what do I want to do with my career, where I want to go? Sometimes where you're at right now, doors will open, but you have to stay the course. You can't quit. Doors will open. Sometimes it'll come through a painful event. Sometimes it'll come through an obstacle. You go through things. And because you're able to go through it, a door opens for yourself that you're meant to go through. That door for me was Nietzsche gear. It opened up the door to be up here today. If I didn't go through that, and if I quit early, I wouldn't be here sharing this with you. It allowed me to have a path that I can find. When I found it, I'd be like, this is what I want to do. And so I started to speak. I started to share my voice, the stuff I went through. I started to try help people with that. I tried to be as open and honest as possible. Honest of all the times I failed. Honest of all the times I almost bankrupted my company. Honest of all the times I had to fire people, let people go. Honest of all the times that people stole from me. Honest of all the times I've heard all those racist remarks. Honest of all the times that people came and confronted me, challenging me right to my face. Lots of times it was even my own people. It was just a struggle. I'm honest about that. I'm honest about the fact that I never had dad in my life. And when it came time for me to be a dad, I had to act as if I wanted to be that person that I wish I had. I had to become that person. Just because we don't have something doesn't mean that we can't become that. But it takes a step of faith in your path to go and become that person, to act as if you're that person. Then I became a father. I have 2 children now. Didn't know how to do that. Didn't know how to be that father. I had to act as if. Didn't know how to be a husband. I had to act as if. And sometimes when you're going through that, you're going to go through challenges. And during those challenges, you're going to hit a roadblock. You're going to hit a roadblock that will show itself to you in the form of a trigger, trauma response, obstacle, problem. And sometimes you're going to have to ask for help. And it's okay to ask for help. I had to do that personally with my relationship and so on. I had to go and seek counseling. I had to go and seek relationship counseling. I had to go and seek elders advisory. I had to go to ceremony. I had to fast. I had to ask questions. I had to be vulnerable. I had to cry. I had to be angry. It's a part of who we are. We have to show our emotions and we have to release that stuff. It's like a backpack we carry. If you don't release that stuff, that backpack gets heavier. It's harder to walk over time. And one of the things that I witnessed, I can only speak to back home in my family right now. One of the things that I've noticed is sometimes when people hold on to too much stuff, it manifests into physical ailments, health problems. And I've seen people that have gone through a lot, that didn't process it properly, didn't release it, didn't forgive others, didn't forgive themselves,
and they became sick very young. It's hard to see that. So what I'm trying to share with you right now is that if you've gone through stuff, if you go through stuff in the future, try to work through that as best as you can with what you know. Talk to people. Talk to a loved one. Talk to a stranger in counseling or whatever it is that works for you. Go to ceremony. Whatever works for you, you follow that. I was also told by a mentor of mine that it's imperative that we develop a relationship with Creator, with God, however you are taught to pray. And ever since those days of going through university and that time, I tried to make that a priority in my life. I really tried, and I really try even to this day. Even before getting up here to speak, I prayed that whatever I say up here, I hope that it comes out in a good way. I ask for help all the time, every speech that I do, every decision that I make that's going to impact people. That whoever is meant to hear it will be in this room and they will process it in a good way. And it will help them in a good way. That's my goal. That's the goal of a speaker, is to inspire positive change in people. I remember in grade 10, I was at a assembly in school. And at that time, this is the first time I got into North Battleford, and I was at this school where there were some natives, but there wasn't a lot of us. And I remember being in this gymnasium, they had bleachers in the back, and I was sitting right in the back of the bleachers. And there was a speaker up on the stage, and the speaker was just, they were telling stories, and they were really motivating. And I remember I was at that presentation. I started off kind of like this, just like passive. I wasn't really thinking. I was like, oh my gosh, why am I here? And then they kept speaking. And then I started going like this. I started kind of leaning in, listening. And as time progressed, and at the end of that presentation, I remember sitting there and I was like, holy smokes. Like a light bulb went off in my mind. And I was like, holy smokes. I said, I want to do something like that one day. Maybe one day I could do that. I'm going to do something like that one day. Now, this is way back when I was the shyest kid in the room. I used to stutter up here, shake the paper, and all of a sudden I'm talking to myself like that in grade 10. I said it, but I didn't believe it. But I wanted that. As time progressed and I get asked to do presentations up here on a stage, I remember they used to get us to do presentations in school. Even in university, you had to do like an ITEP. I had to do like lesson plans for my classmates. And I remember, I'll tell you a story. I was at a northern community, not one of your communities, by the way, not one of yours, it was a different one. And I was at this gymnasium. They had a stage like this. The stage had a set of stairs. The stairs looked like they were put together by a janitor or something. Someone that kind of just, built it overnight. That's what it looked like. It was ready to fall over because every time that MC stepped on the stairs, they would just kind of wave back and forth. And I was starting to get paranoid because I had to go and do a presentation there. They're like, Kendall, come and share your story. Come and tell an Ichigir story. So back then, I used to have a little piece of paper because I didn't know how to speak from the heart. I didn't know how to speak from right here. So I used to have this piece of paper in my jacket. And I'd take out this piece of paper and read from it word for word and act like I was a politician, although I didn't know what that meant at that time. And I would read word for word. That's how my presentations were back then. So I was like, yep, I'm going to get up there. I'm going to do this presentation. I have this piece of paper. This is what I'm going to say. And I'm going to get up there and I'm going to do the best I can. So I get to the school. I get in the front seat. And all of a sudden, I see that staircase. And all I can think about every time that MC walked up the staircase was like, holy smokes, it's going down any moment. Any moment it's going down. Oh my gosh. And it kept together. And it's getting closer and closer, the agenda to Kendall. And all of a sudden, I'm like, holy smokes, I'm kind of getting nervous. I'm like, all I can think about is that staircase. I lost my presentation. It's just gone. I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I'm paranoid now. I'm looking at that staircase. So I'm sitting in the front row, have this little piece of paper, and the MC gets up to that staircase. I'm like, oh my gosh, any moment it's going down. And he says, Kendall Netmaker, come on up, come and do your presentation. We'd love to have you. So I'm sitting right here. And at that time, I was just, when you're young, you try to be cool. That's the thing you do. You try to be cool because you're trying to get attention, because that's just the way people do it sometimes when they're young. So I remember I was trying to be cool, and I was trying to, like, do a little jog to the stage. I'm getting up to the staircase. I'm walking up the staircase, and what do you think happened? I got so paranoid, I tripped and I fell all the way down the stairs, okay? And I hit my shin, and my shin was hurting. I could feel a little bit of blood building up. And I remember getting down those stairs. Everyone's laughing at this moment. Everyone's like, oh, I'm just like, my face turns red, because I can't contain myself. If I get embarrassed, you'll see full-on redness, not lying. And all of a sudden, I started to feel sweat right up here. It's like, holy smokes. And my heartbeat started to go faster. And all of a sudden, I picked myself up. I get up to the stage. And I finally get to the podium, because they never had a handheld like this. And this is, pretend this is the podium right here. I remember my heart was racing. I only had like 10, 20 minutes to do this presentation. I get this piece of paper out. And there was a group right here in the front of the audience. And I remember getting up there, and I like pulled my presentation out. I looked at it. But right when I was looking at it, I made eye contact with the person in the front row, and they're just like holding it in, ready to bust the gut laughing at me. And I look at it, I'm just like, that's all that happened. I blacked out. Like, I don't remember what I talked about. That's all I remember, my first keynote. And I remember at the end of that, I'm like, in the back of the room, because they asked me to sell Nietzsche gear in the back. So I sold Nietzsche gear in the back. And I remember being back, I'm like, holy smokes, never again. I'm not going to speak again. I was just telling myself like that, never again, never again. So I remember getting back to my place that night. And I was thinking, well, my future in speaking is over, never again. And I get back home, and then someone says, hey, Kendall, can you come to our community? I never replied to that email. I was like, I don't know if I can do it. I'm too scared. I'm too traumatized now. Everyone laughed at me. Oh my gosh, poor me, poor me. But I showed up and I tried. This time I didn't fall down. This time I did a little bit better. And then I went to a different community, and I kept trying. In time, I put this paper down because it was just messing with my head. In time, I listened to how other elders speak. Old people would speak, and they always spoke from here. So I would try to do that with my keynotes. I don't have agendas. I'll have bulletin points on my phone or a little piece of paper, and that's all I'll have. All the stories will come from those bulletin points. And so every story that I share, I have to make sure there's a teaching behind it, because that's how I was taught growing up. So that's how I do it here. I also do it for non-Indigenous groups too. It's done through stories. It's done through sharing things about ourselves. I want to share with you one more thing. One of the reasons I told this story is it's okay to make fun of ourselves. It's okay to laugh at ourselves, are the things that we've done wrong. Back then, I was too scared to even talk about that, because I was still like, oh my gosh, people are gonna think this of me, But at this moment, I don't have that strong of emotion of what people think of me anymore, because my focus when I get up here is those who need to hear what I have to say, because I prayed about it already. And if I've prayed about it already, it's probably coming from a good place. So that's what I focus on. If you get asked and you're uncomfortable to do a presentation, to speak in front of people, tell a story. Tell something you can tell off the top of your head. Tell a story, could have humor. Try to keep it clean. Try to tell a story of something you had to overcome, something that you've gone through, something that you work through, something that you've accomplished in your life. Tell those stories, because people can relate to your journey, what you've gone through. So I would tell stories over and over again. And eventually, there was one story that became the one that I was known for with Nietzsche gear, which was my best friend Johan and his family paying for my soccer fees. Their help in my future, how they helped the kid in need on the res, couldn't afford to take part in soccer, and they helped us. That story manifested into me playing sports in the future. It manifested into me creating a company called Nichiga that would help youth through sports. And up until this moment, we've helped a lot of youth. It also manifested into our own charity. We have a charity called indigifund.com. You can write that down. Indigifund.com. Any young person who's trying to advance themselves in sports, education, culture can apply to our fund. How is the fund created? The fund is created by public donations and also some of my speaking fees I put into there every year. So when people bring me in, they're also giving back to their own young people. Now, people ask me, Kendall, why do you do that? Why do you give so much? Why do you give through Nichigear, through your Indige Fund? Why do you give books today for free? I never asked for payment for these. I'm giving them for free because that's how I was taught. I was taught to share. I was taught to try to help my fellow human being, especially Nehioak, Aishinoak, the ones who all share those commonalities. We all have the similar struggles and things we've gone through in our bloodline. That doesn't mean we can't help each other. Doesn't mean we can't be friends, how it used to be kayas. And that's what I really believe the future of our well-being is going to be, is we're going to continue to have to help each other in a more efficient way. Because right now we're all spread out. Some of us live on reserve, some of us live off reserve, some of us live in different towns, different provinces even. We got to find ways to continue helping each other, especially when we have events like this. These events are for the young people to try to inspire them. We also have to do our part as parents, as mushums, cookums, japans, and so on, as teachers, to try to encourage them to go forward with their path, with their gifts, their journey. And we do that through words, encouragement. I shared with you earlier of how there was teachers, strangers who would lend helping hands, that would say nice things to me. Oftentimes, those people came from non-Indigenous households. So I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't prepared for that. But when you say something and you mean it, you feel that on the other side, whoever's receiving that. So whatever we encourage people, you have to feel that. Because right now, we're living in a fast-paced world. There's so much stuff happening. We have to take time to encourage each other and show empathy and help one another. I know today was a fast session. I don't know how, I know a few more people walked in. So before we break and get to the next session, if you want to come and grab a book while they're still here, I will sign it for you as we break to the next session. Hi, thank you very much. Check, check, check. All right, we're gonna get started again here in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we're gonna get started. For those of you who have been here for the keynote, the last session, we're gonna be on round 3. Five minutes, we'll get started. All right, getting started in a couple minutes. All right. For those of you who want to come to the middle, feel free to come on in. I know we're getting a little hungry. It's almost lunchtime. Last session before that time. So this morning, we talked about overcoming challenges. The last session right before this one, we talked about overcoming them, but also in the public eye, whether it be through public speaking, bullying, all those different areas that affect our mental wellness, our mental well-being. And in this session, we got about 20, 25 minutes together. Who wasn't here last session? Put your hands up. This group right here? Who else? Right here and over there. Okay. And over there. Okay, cool. So for those of you who weren't here, I should have enough books for your table. So you got to stay here though, okay? And you're going to get a signed book right after this. So today, I'm going to keep it fresh. I'm going to tell you some new stuff here. And I was just thinking to myself, I wonder what I should share with them next, because sometimes things change. I may speak about something, but I get pulled in a different direction. All depends on the need, all depends on the energy in the room and what you need to hear. Not what I want to say, it's what you need to hear. So I have to feel that out in the room. I have to see what people are needing. So I want to tell you a story that dates back to, I guess, the first time I ever jumped 2 feet into something. And I want you to picture yourself doing the same thing. Jumping 2 feet into something. It could be going to university, could be going to a trade, starting a business, starting a project, going to a new school, whatever that might be. I want you to picture yourself going through this. The first time this happened was when that first story this morning I talked to you about, I was in that lineup downtown Saskatoon. And when I was down there, I had a trigger moment happen in my life. It was in my mind. It was just a trigger feeling. Sometimes we get triggered from different events in our life, and it reminds us of things that have happened in the past. Sometimes they're positive, but oftentimes they're in the form of a negative event. And I remember going through that, and when I went home, talked to my wife, Rachel, I said, if you support me through this, I'll do everything I can to make this business successful. I will do everything I can. So that meant I was going to give all of my effort into it. And when she nodded, I had one decision now to make to myself. I had the permission in my mind to jump 2 feet into a dream. It's kind of like, for example, I'm up here, I'm up on the stage. Down here is a different world of possibility. It's unknown. And when I jump into it, I have no choice but to commit to this thing now. I have no choice because that path to over here is done. When you step into unknown territory, it can be terrifying. I'll give you an example. Sometimes it's like that when you leave your community, you go to school for the first time in the city. You leave your community, you go to could be a conference like today. It could be scary for you. You don't know a lot of people sometimes. You're unsure of yourself. Sometimes you want to skip out and go do other things. People go through that. But I'm sharing with you a personal experience to help you to understand something. What we put into something is what we're going to get out of it in the future. Oftentimes what I see people do is they say, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this with my life. And all it is just words being thrown out to the universe. I want this, I want that. But they miss something. They won't take that first step I just showed you right here. That first step jumping into something. What does that represent? Commitment. You have to dedicate yourself to something. When I jumped into Nietzsche gear, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know where to start. When I put 2 feet into that, I had no choice but to make this thing work. I had no plan B, plan C, plan D. It was just all what was right here in front of me. When you put yourself and you find yourself in scenarios like that, here's what I could tell you. When you're uncomfortable, when it's challenging, you will find things within yourself, in your mind, that will get you to think differently than the rest of your peers. Our greatest ideas oftentimes come when it's hard, when it's challenging, because we're being forced to sit there and use our mind and think. Sometimes ideas will come. Sometimes motivation will come. So that moment of jumping 2 feet into this brand, it gave birth to something. All of my energy I had no choice. I wanted to go do other things. But I had one opportunity to make this successful, and I had to put all of my effort into it. There's a book called Jump by Steve Harvey. If you guys ever get a chance to read the book. That book talks about what I'm sharing with you. Taking a leap of faith into your dream, your purpose, your path that you're meant to live. From that moment of making that decision, I told you what happened after that. Lots of things that worked out started to happen for us because I had no choice but to make this thing work. We went from that apartment to an office, to kiosk, to store, really quickly. In the span of the next 12 months, that's how quick it happened. I wasn't prepared for it, but I had no choice because my feet were planted into it. All of my energy was put into it. I had no other projects on the side. This is all I had to do, was what was in front of me. So that was the first time I wanted to share that with you, to give you an idea of what dedication looks like and what it does for yourself, whatever you decide to do with your life, your career. Second story I want to share with you is, some people wonder, how did you become a speaker? How did you get onto stages like this? How do you keep speaking? This is where the power of purpose comes in. Sometimes what you're doing right now, or what you will do, whether you decide to do a similar path or go to school, go do a trade, start a project, nonprofit, go work for someone else, or whatever you decide to do, in that moment, here's my recommendation. Give it everything you have. Put all of your effort into whatever is in front of you. I talked about in the first presentation that sometimes doors will open. Those doors won't open unless you commit your energy to something. Your energy has to be put into something. And somehow, by Creator's blessings, doors open. People will see things in you. People will give you opportunities. That's what happened to us. We went from there to kiosk, to store, to store. We think we were getting momentum. And then 2014, 2013, 2014, 2012, 2012, 2013, 2014, I was starting to speak slowly. And then at the end of 2014, I was with one of my best buddies. His name is Dallas Sunias. He used to play on the national volleyball team. And he was the first First Nations player ever to play on that team. Paved the way for a lot of people. And telling my buddy Dallas, I was like, Dallas, let's go on a tour. Let's go to all these different communities. We'll put a poster together and we'll tour together. We'll do presentations like this. So we did that. He was on his off season from the national team, and we went and traveled to all different communities. Some of you maybe were just little children at that time. I don't know. This is like almost 10 years ago. So we went to communities. Even Beardy's was one of them way back then. And I remember being at one of these communities, and I was up here doing my presentation. I was just, I was fresh out of the gate, just trying my best to do motivational stuff, inspirational speaking. When I got up there, after my presentation was done, I remember there was someone in the back of the room that walked up all the way up to the front here. Right when I was done, I went off to the side here, and he gave me this little sticky note with a little scribble on it. He said, "Here, Kendall, good job today. I want you to YouTube this guy." So I looked at that little sticky note. I was like, what is this guy talking about? And I just threw it in my pocket, and off I went. I went to the next community. And when I went there, I remember that sticky note was in my pocket still. I get home that night and I pull that sticky note and I put it on my monitor of my workstation that I had. And it stayed there for the next 2 months. October, November, December comes around, and it's Christmas time. People get a break at that time. And at that time, I only had 3 days off during the year, because when I was in the malls, I had to work mall schedules. So that's 9:30 to 9. That's 11 and a half hours a day. Almost the same hours were 7 days a week. We had no holidays. The only time the mall was closed was on Christmas, New Year's, on Easter. 3 days of the year. Every other day I had to be open. Otherwise, I'd get fined. That's how it worked. So it was a very strict schedule. I had no choice. So I remember on one of these days, I remember it was like Boxing Day, and I remember looking at this thing on the monitor, and I was like, I'm going to YouTube what this guy sent me. So I remember looking at that little sticky note, and I typed in the name on YouTube. And all of a sudden, this motivational speaker his video starts playing. And I was listening to it. I was listening to it. And I got hooked. I started watching another video. And I found myself sitting there for 3 hours nonstop, watching from one video to the next, this motivational speaker. And I thought to myself, holy smokes. Wow, it feels like this person's speaking to me. That's me. I feel what this person's speaking. And I was just getting so inspired, listening over and over again. And then 2015 comes around. Next week is the new year, 2015. And the best way I can describe this to you is when there's something waiting for you, you will start to feel a gravitational pull towards it. When there's something you're meant to do, there will be a gravitational pull for you to go and try it. Could be a project, an idea, something you want to create. It could be an arts and craft, whatever that is for you. Here's my recommendation. If it's going to help you and better people, go and try it. Because that comes from a good place. That's what I was told. When you're given things in your path, and when you go and try it, it comes from a good place. So I remember that feeling was coming to me. It's like, man, I should really try to work on becoming a speaker. I should really work on trying to share motivational messages. But I didn't know how to speak at that time. I was still speaking on a piece of paper. I relied on a PowerPoint to take the energy off me. I rarely use a PowerPoint anymore. And I remember sitting there thinking, okay, I was on the fence. I was like walking on the edge of the stage here, back and forth, just really trying to find my path here. I wanted to speak, but I had this brand right here. And I didn't know what to do. And then all of a sudden, I'm in Medellin, Colombia, South America. I flew there that summer. And I went there at this trade show to try to source products for Nietzsche gear, the hoodies that you're wearing. I tried to find different types of products when I went there. So I'm there in this new country. I'm sitting in my hotel room. And when I'm sitting there in the hotel room, that gravitational pull came back. I got to work on this business. I got to work on the speaking stuff. I really have to work on becoming a keynote speaker. It just kept pulling me. And it became so forceful that I couldn't ignore it no more. So for the rest of that convention when I was there, I locked myself in that hotel room. I had all this paper lined up of all the stuff I was going to work towards, what I needed to do to build this brand, work on speaking, work on all these videos I had to do, build a website, build a personal brand, all this different stuff. And I mapped it out all on the walls there. And at the end of it, it looked like I was a crazy man in my own room, mapped out with all these different ideas. And I remember at the end of that, I took all that information and I flew back home to Saskatoon. And I get to Saskatoon and I said, okay, I'm jumping 2 feet into this now. This is it. No going back. So I jumped 2 feet into speaking. And from that moment, as I made that decision, I started to speak on stages that were bigger than my mind could comprehend. in stadiums, 15,000 people multiple times, thousands of people multiple times. And then I started to realize, like, holy smokes, I'm the only native here. This is different. There's not many people doing this. It was intimidating. I had to do things differently. Everyone had scripts. They had things they had to say. Me, I spoke from here, and I still do that to this day, because that's how I was taught. So when they say, you want you to speak and read from a script, I can't do that. That's not how my mind processes it. I actually had to turn down multiple TED Talks because they want you to be scripted on the stage. They want you to align with their brand. I had to say no. I want to, but only in how I want to speak. And if they don't align with that, well, I can't accept that offer. So I turn down stuff like that because I stay true to my values, what I was taught. And so I remember coming back home to Saskatoon, jumping 2 feet into this business, and I was like, wow, this is different. I'm juggling this Nietzsche gear. I'm trying to grow Nietzsche gear. I have a new book that just came out. And for those of you, I have a few more books left. I'll give them out at the end of this presentation. And then I started building online courses. We just finished 2 master classes that we're launching very soon. We built an Indigenous consulting brand where we work with non-Indigenous companies to try to work with us in a good way, how to hire us and retain our talent from our communities in a good way. So much stuff was happening. And so in this moment that all of us are sharing, my goal and what I do is to try to open doors and pave paths so that it's easier for the next generation to come and follow. We need more people up here like this. We need more people sharing their stories. All of you have a message. All of you have a gift. I really hope that in the future to come, many of you are those speakers up here, running the stages up here, inspiring each other with what you've overcome. I hope that for all of you, because all of you have that within yourself to use that gift to share your story, to share your struggles. Here's another thing I want to share with you. When you get up to share your message, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to shed a few tears. Maybe not bawl your eyes out for too long, but you know what? You get what I'm talking about. Sometimes it's tough. I know, I get it. My own sister is now a speaker. She speaks on surviving, overcoming domestic violence and stuff, women's empowerment issues. That was something she had to overcome, was getting up on a stage and not letting her emotions get the best of her. And she can only do that by working on herself, getting counseling, going to therapy, working through those issues that trigger those events. Because sometimes we have to go through things in our life because we're meant to help people that are going to go through that in the future. And in order for us to help people, we have to understand what other people are going through. That's one of the toughest things individuals have to go through. If you're meant to help people in the future, your life is probably going to be a little tougher when you're growing up. Because you have to go through obstacles, you have to go through challenges, you have to go through pain to understand and empathize with your fellow human being. That's tough. That's a very tough thing. But when you go through that, you become a stronger individual. People will look to you for guidance. People will ask you, how did you overcome that? How did you do that? Tell me, share with me. They'll listen to you. And the more things you overcome, you'll get asked to come and share things up here. And I hope that for all of you, that whatever you decide to do with your path, your career, that you decide to keep moving forward in a good way. And to not let people discourage you on what you want to do. When you make a decision to do something good with your life, there's going to be negative people, environments that will try to pull you from that. That's the way it is. That's the test. That's your test to see if you're worthy of that path or not. They'll be thrown right in front of you. Here's what I'll share with you. Every single time there was something good going to happen in my life, even to this day, there's always something negative right before it's going to happen. Every single time. That's the test. Those negative scenarios are the blessings in disguise. You have to get through those things to uncover what's behind that wall. Every negative scenario is not from a negative side of life. Sometimes it's the good presenting in that shape or form, meant for you to go through that to build yourself so you can be prepared for what's next. But you have to use your intuition. You have to use your guidance. You have to align yourself with what I say, Creator, with God, however you're told to pray. We're all built upon other people, our surroundings, our families, our loved ones, our elders, our knowledge keepers, our lodge keepers, and so on. And when you get to a certain age, you may have children. Some of you maybe have children. And when you have children, now you have to build their nest. You have to build their home, because that's your responsibility now. They were chosen for you to have. That's one of the hardest things that we're overcoming right now as a society. We've gone through a lot of stuff. And when you go through a lot of stuff, it's tough to know how to parent. It's tough to know how to say, I love you to your child. I know that. I've gone through that even being a child of that. But just because you've gone through something doesn't mean that your children have to go through that. Just because you've gone through stuff doesn't mean that they have to suffer the same fate. That's where we break down these barriers for them. And we give them an opportunity so they can go and push that bar further for your family, for your offspring, for the next generations to come. I take a lot of pride in what I do. Being up here, I'm trying to push that bar as far as I can so more people can come and do these things. That's what fuels me. That's why I say I hope nothing but the best for all of you in this room, that one day you're the ones speaking. One day you're the ones writing books, building brands, building companies, changing the future, giving back to our people. That's what we need right now. We need to encourage each other to move forward, to help one another. We all have a voice to share. Let's encourage each other to use that, to speak from the heart. When we're not feeling okay, let's encourage each other to speak about it so we can remove that and give it over to Creator and His helpers to take care of that stuff so you can move forward in a good way. We're all here because of those around who have helped us and those we can't see. And we're going to keep moving forward together. And it's okay to say that, you know what, today I'm not 100%. Today I'm not feeling the best and I need a little bit of help. I need a little bit of me time. I need some alone time. Maybe I need a friend. Maybe I need to talk to someone. But we don't know that unless you communicate it. We have to get used to talking to each other again. Right now, we're in a generation of the digital age, the iPhone age, the Android age, tablet age. All we do is we put our head down and look at a screen. All we're doing is internalizing everything. And we're missing this. We're missing the act of speaking right now. That's my challenge to everyone in this room. Talk to each other more. Make friends again. Talk to each other. Build friendships. Build relations. Know each other. Be comfortable with yourself. If you had to overcome more than your friends, you're probably chosen for a bigger path in the future. That's what I was told. Those ones who are meant for big things have to go through a tough time when they're young. That's to some of you in this room. I don't know. But you don't know until you get there, but you have to stay the course. You have to keep trying. You have to abstain from all the negativity. One of the toughest things we're going through in our communities is drugs and alcohol. It's plaguing us, plaguing us. I want to share with you one thing before I open up the book signing to whoever. I don't know how many books left, but I want to share with you one thing. There's two things that I really believe we need to continue to working on in our communities for us to heal in a good way. We know what's happened in the past. We have opportunities now in the present. There's two things that were plaguing us right now. I talked about one. We're going through a lot of unfortunate drugs, alcohol, the gangs, the negativity that's surrounding our communities. But I truly believe we can limit a lot of that stuff if we as individuals, and I'm saying this because I don't mean to offend people, if we as individuals, as parents, step up and do the part that we should be doing. I'm not saying that no one's doing that, but I'm saying we could always do better. Children need to be loved. They need to have a safe space. If we don't give them that safe space and show them love, they're going to try and find that somewhere else. Just because we weren't shown that doesn't mean that our kids don't need to have to suffer that same fate. I told you in the beginning, I never had dad growing up. I wish I had my dad. I wish I wanted those relations. But when I became a dad, I had to become that person I wish I had. I didn't have someone to show me how to be a proper husband. I had to become that person. And when I struggled, I went to go ask for help. When I started a business, I didn't know how to start it. So I went to ask for help. I sat in rooms like this taking notes. I didn't know how to speak. I'd go listen to other speakers and I would practice speaking. Everything is a progression, but we have to try somewhere. Some of us in this room are going to become parents. Some of you maybe are, and you're young parents already. What I was told is that's your responsibility. That's your number one, is your children. That's now what you're providing for. Because they're going to be the ones to go and hopefully change and make this world better. If we focus at home, I truly believe a lot of the things that we see out there will be minimized over time. But sometimes the hardest thing is looking at ourselves and saying that we can become better. I encourage all of us to keep moving forward in a good way, to keep trying, encouraging our young people, especially the older, our elders in the room. We need guidance. We need help. We don't know how to approach you sometimes. We're scared. We need to be shown how to do protocols again, how to go and approach elders, approach knowledge keepers again. And if we don't know, we're unaware, we're not going to do it. So we have to all work together. Because we're going through a time right now where there's a lot of change, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering. But if we come together, we can really make and minimize a lot of that stuff, and hopefully in time that'll evaporate. Because we will regain our teachings, our true identity of who we are as Indigenous people. When you know who you are as an individual, it's tough to rattle that person. It's tough to throw them off their course. But if that person doesn't have a strong foundation, little things will rattle them. They will react to all the negativity of life. It's like the pinball in the pinball machine, getting thrown all over the place. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for your time today. This is my last presentation of today. I hope it's been meaningful. I hope I didn't offend anyone. If I did, forgive me. That's not my intention today. I'm speaking from here, but how I was taught. I thank you all, and I wish nothing but the best for each and every one of you. Hey. I got about 20 books left. Whoever didn't get a book can come on up.
Hello, everyone. So I just want to say thank you to Candle Netmaker for being here with us here today. And give them a round of applause, everyone. I know that we have some sessions that are still going. I'm pretty sure it'll be coming to an end right away. So we had Elder Lauren Wadidika from Walkbaiton that blessed our food. So you guys can plate up and come back into the room. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna do a draw here because I know there's not that much use in it. Okay, the first two that come up. You guys have to do something. Yeah. Okay. I'll say a word. How do you say horse? Is there anyone else in the crowd that knows how to say horse in their language? What's a run up here? Oh, he beat you guys. How do you say horse in your language? Wrong. Just kidding. All right. Enjoy your food. knock each other out. Okay. The first class, put your hands up. Oh, yeah. Hey. I'll get no, back, you're like that. You look back. You're in it like this. You're like that. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Come. Okay, that's two. Um, two in the gray sweater and the hat. Oh, wait, man, you're not wearing a hat. You have a point. You have a bun in your hair. Yeah, you. Yeah, and you. Okay, that's three, four, and you in the blue sweater and the scrunchie on your wrist. Yeah.
They have to come up here. You guys have to come up here.
Come on the stage.
Put these away.
Yeah. Okay. You guys will have to Indian leg wrestle for a card. I'm just kidding. We'll start with you. Come over here so I can see you. What was something you learned this morning? Yes, speak on the mic so I'll hear you. Huh? You don't know what you learned? How about I'll come back to you and I'll ask you? Yeah, you come talk on the mic what you learned today. She said, "Don't judge a, don't judge a book by its cover." That one. Yeah. Okay. Your turn. Yeah, come talk. Yeah, come talk on the mic.
Healthy relationships.
What did you learn in that session? She learned about abuse and healthy relationships thing. Give her an applause. Okay, your turn. What did you learn this morning? She said the same thing. They're probably friends. Okay. Got two more McDonald's cards here. Okay. You want to talk on the mic?
The dangers of drugs and alcohol. The dangers of drugs and alcohol.
And what it may cause? He learned about drugs and alcohol with my little cousin Caleb and what it may cause, he said. Give him a round of applause. There you go. What are you doing today? Thinking? You thinking? What session are you in? Mental health? And what are you learning mental health? What are you learning? You don't have to say on the mic, just tell me that color. You try? Okay, you can get the camera. The last person was too shy. So you in the red sweater back there. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of red sweaters. All the kids were just me. This individual learned about hand games and our all of our traditional games, and I think I beat him today. But I'll give him a gift card. Here you go. Give him an applause.
Yeah, make sure that you complete your community, your needs assessment.
And all of you youth, you were given your community needs assessment, and you guys need to fill those out, or you'll be. And we'll be giving out these autographs by Theo Fleury. We'll come around to all your guys' tables and we'll just hand them out like that because I don't want get trampled up here. All right.
No, we'll just go give them to the tables. That way they can meet you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch and your morning. We have a few more things on our agenda for the afternoon before we do our closing. But at this time, we have a visitor in the room with us that I would like to ask to come up and do some remarks to our youth. So if you guys can help me in welcoming Vice Chief Pratt to come and do some remarks.
Thanks, Carmen. I'll make sure you speak.
Okay, thank
I
you
know
for
they're,
being here.
they got a short attention span. Hi, how's everybody doing today? You having fun here? All right. How many have enjoyed the presentations? Did you enjoy? Did you learn it? How many learned something the last couple of days? Oh, right on. What's the one thing you learned the most the last couple of days? Just shout it out real quick. What's that? Love each other? That's right. That's a good one. What else? No alcohol. That's a really good one. What else? Be sober. No drugs. You're not alone. That's right. That's probably the most important thing you learn. So you're learning some good messages. So those are going to help you as you grow up and as you get older. So that's really good. So I acknowledge the presenters for all the messaging because you see, you're picking it up and you're going to learn that. And then you don't just want to learn it for yourself. You need to take it home and you need to share it with all your little brothers and sisters and your little cousins and share all of the teachings and what you learned here. You don't just keep the knowledge to yourself. You share that knowledge with other people, and that's going to help you be strong. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the elder that said the opening prayer this morning, and I also want to acknowledge all the leadership that are in the room. I see Chief Edwin back there. I see Councillor Warren C. Sequesis, and if I didn't see other leadership here, I apologize if I didn't catch you, but I acknowledge the leadership that have been involved here the last few days and in this presentation. And I think that's the most important thing, kids, is that you take home from here is the messaging. And I really love that message that you're not alone, because really you aren't alone. And sometimes we might go through things. And one of the other things I want to leave you with too is don't bully. Don't be a bully. How many know bullying is a bad thing? Bullying's a bad thing, right? So you don't want to bully. You don't want to bully people. You want to take care of people. And every one of you should be a warrior. And when I say a warrior, that means you stick up for those that can't stick up for themselves. You speak up for those that can't speak for themselves, and you treat people good the way you want to be treated. So if you see somebody being mean to somebody else, you need to challenge that. You need to speak out. I don't care if it's your best friend or your brother or sister. You need to tell them it's wrong and they have to stop. And when you start that anti-bullying message, it's going to spread to other people, and people will realize they can't treat other people like that. So I won't keep you all day here, but I do want to acknowledge. I see Brock back there. Brock is our male youth rep from FSIN. And I want to acknowledge him, man. Carmen, I thought that was an old pro up here being the MC. I said, that's Brock. I said, holy cow. So acknowledge your Brock. Good work. Our male FSN youth rep, we're happy that he's there. And for the good role model that he is, he lives a drug and alcohol-free lifestyle. He's learning his language. He's learning his culture. And that's what he's focused on. So he's a really good example. So add him on Facebook or follow him on Facebook. You can stay in touch with him. And if you're having a rough time, you can always reach out to him or to any of the adults in this room. You can talk to us too, and we'll let you know. We'll try our best to help you. So be good. Enjoy the rest of the day. I think we got Wasey's coming to talk about hockey next. And we're going to have a good afternoon. Let's give a big old hand clap, everybody, all right? Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you for the hoodie, and thank you for the gift bag, Miigwech. And thank you to QBOW. I want to acknowledge the director, Carmen, as well as all the staff. Can I get all the staff to stand up from QBOW? All the people that have helped here the last few days. Marcy, Liz, who else there? Even the board members, if you can stand. Let's give them all a hand clap, all the staff around the room. Because they organized this for all of you kids. All right, so good job, staff. Keep up the good work. Hi, Miigwech, Mercy Cho, Padamia, and Panamia.
So we're getting close to the end. I just want to give thanks to FSIN Vice Chief Pratt for coming up and making his remarks to you guys. We have 15 minutes to go, and then we will be back in here with Wasey Rabbit. And then there's breakout sessions starting at 1:55. So you guys, whoever is not making the hand drums will remain in this room. And the ones that are making the hand drums, you guys will be going back to finishing your hand drums because you're there until 2:40 this afternoon. So at 1:55, we'll have Wasey Rabbit in here. And then Joey Generu will be in the Canadian room on gang prevention. And then in the courtyard room, we will have Caleb Pelche-Wadidika on his presentations on drugs and alcohol. And then we have in the Manitoba room, those ones that are doing the hand drums. And then we will have Reagan Alexis Ishnana in the brass lantern room. So we're getting down to the end of our gift cards that we have to give away. Besides, we still have all of those 5 prizes that we will be giving away as well once you guys completed that needs assessment. If you guys did not get your needs assessment, please follow through with your prevention worker and they will make sure that you guys get it. So do I have 5 students that would like to come and share on the mic what you want to become? 2 over there, 3 right here, 4, 5. You can come up. You're going to speak. I'm not going to speak for you. So you guys are going to speak as to what you guys want to become. Share with everyone.
What do I do?
What you want to become.
I want to become Spider-Man.
Look at your earphones. Show your earphones.
You can tell.
Say where you're from. Is it your birthday?
Yeah,
It's her birthday today. What is your name?
Tessa Cameron. No, Tessa Bolton. Bolton.
Tessa Baldhead. Should we sing her happy birthday? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tessa. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Thank you. Okay.
Oh.
Tell 'em what you're
Oh shit. I want to become successful. And have okay. Yeah, that's what I want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
I'm scared.
I want to become a singer.
Yeah, good job. Close your eyes and just say. Yeah, it helps.
I'm becoming a Maureen.
Thank you.
A DB on a football team.
Thank you. So thank you to all the youth. I know it takes a lot to get up here and speak. When I was a little girl, just kidding. When I became a board member, it was something that I needed to do was to use my voice and to be able to speak publicly. I'm going to tell you guys a story. I was at our Wapaitan Powwow one year. This was probably, I would say, about maybe 10 years ago. And there was this gentleman that came and he was speaking. But when he was speaking, he was like this, like really calm, and was able to just speak so well and getting his message out. But no word of a lie, I was standing there watching him, and his foot was just going like really, really fast. And you could not even tell from up here that he was really, really like, that's the way that he was generating his nerves, right? So his foot was just tapping. So when you're learning to public speak, when I very first started, I would hold something in my hand. And I don't know if you guys would notice, but I'd be rubbing that. If it was a paper clip or a coin, it helped me. It helped me in my speaking. But not only that, you gained a lot of confidence. And being on the board of directors, some of the board are here, and the past board members as well. Elaine Thomas was our board chair when I became Wapaitan board member. And you have to speak. So over the years, I was able to watch. And as youth, I was young when I was watching that gentleman. And when you're sitting in the crowd, you sit there and you wonder how somebody can just get up here and speak. I don't know if you guys noticed, but my son, Brock Forster, I don't know where he is. He stutters. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but he's still able to speak publicly, and he sings. When he did his speech last year at the FSIN, he was so afraid to speak. But you guys know what he did? He took his hand drum up with him. That hand drum, like I spoke about yesterday, that's his best friend. And having that drum just in his hand when he did his speech, that helped him. And even though he stutters, my children stutter because their dad does. And mitakojas, my younger ones, because they see it, that's normal for them. So them too, when they talk, they try and stutter. But they still have that voice. So no matter what obstacle you face, I'm up here now, I have nothing in my hands. My heart's racing, but you guys can't tell. And sometimes when I'm speaking, I get emotional and I have to learn to block it. But you learn and you find ways that you're able to share your gifts with people. Our first day when we were here and we registered and we were getting ready for the round dance and getting ready for supper, and there was a whole group of kids in the pool. And they're up here. They're not listening to security. They're not getting out. And I went out there. And I walked down to the pool and I stood there, and there was a couple of chaperones that were there. So I asked them, which kids are yours? So they started telling me which kids were theirs. And I just said really loudly, if you're here with QBOW Youth Summit, get out of the pool. But I said that very loudly and very sternly. And I want to thank you, students. I don't know if you were there in the pool. I had a group of young men laugh at me, but they still got out of the pool. So I want to thank you guys for listening at that time, because it's very important that you guys are here and that you guys are learning. Our biggest hope as QBOW, as the board of directors, our leadership, our staff, we really want you guys to learn. We really want to be there for you guys as much as we can. Why? Because you're our future. That's why. If we don't work and protect our children and work with our children and embrace you guys and do our best to help you guys believe in yourself, then what does our future look like? And it's very important, like what was talked about by Vice Chief Pratt, about bullying, about being a warrior, about standing up for each other. When I was in high school at Carleton, I was the only First Nations student in my classes. And one of the chaperones from Wapayton, he was there at school with me. He's my cousin, but he is way older than me. And in my English class, every day I'd walk in, but my hair is always long. Every day there was these two brothers. They would make fun of me as soon as I'd walk in that classroom. And they went like this to me. When I walked in. And I was really, when that happened, I sat down in my desk and I stayed there. And I had to do that. If I wanted to finish my grade 12, I had to face that. I had to face that with the teachers. Me and this other Wasichu, young girl, Muniao, she was ahead of me and she asked the teacher. And I openly said this teacher's name because when I started to work at Carleton High School, she was still a teacher there. And I went up to her and I shook her hand and I said, I remember you. You treated me poorly when I was a student here. And now I'm here working alongside you. But she told that Wasichu student, yeah, go ahead, use the bathroom. And me, you guys, I was a teen mom. So I'm pregnant and going to school, living on my own. And I was pregnant and I needed the bathroom. And I was a teenager. I still have that respect, and I always have respect for those that are older than me. And I asked her, can I use the bathroom? No. But yet she just let that other student ahead of me go use the bathroom. So what did I do? I didn't have a voice then. This voice I have now, I didn't have that voice. So I sat down and I waited. So I was able to work through those kinds of things. And the day I graduated grade 12, I had to get two little ones ready. We had to be at the Art Hauser Center in Prince Albert by 7:45 that morning. And I had my two oldest daughters that I needed to get ready. And of course I was late. My last name's Four-Star, so I missed coming in with the F's. I walked in with the W's. My mom's last name is Wadiraka. So I walked in, and who was at that gate when I had to go past her was that teacher. And she put her hand like that. And I gently moved her hand, and I looked at her, and I said, I made it. No thanks to you, but I'm here. So thank you, you find your voice, like what Kendall was talking about. When we asked you guys, what did you learn today? That's why it was very important for you guys to come and to learn, so you guys can share what you learned, because that's so important to us as organizers of this event. So in public speaking, I know it's hard, but you find your way. You find your things that'll help you, because you're full of energy, and that shakiness, that nervousness, that's your energy that's going through your body. One more thing that I want to share with you guys about public speaking, or about writing tests, or anything where you're so super nervous. And even as adults, this can help you guys as well too. I started reading and listening to a book. It's called The 5-Second Rule. I share that with all my children, because they were still in high school when I was reading this. And then when they're going for their job interviews, as they became adults, in any situation where they just had to give it, you just had to do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get up and just do it. You need to get out of bed in the morning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and just get up. That triggers something in your brain. The author is Mel Robbins. That's what I do when I'm doing events like this. Thanks to Vice Chief Pratt, he had asked me to co-MC an event for FSIN about a month ago. Every day before I got up to speak, because I'm new to this executive director position, new to that table, new to those faces, to those crowds, in my head, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I'm excited to be here. And that just relaxes you, and you're able to be yourself. So that's one thing that I was able to learn and to also share with my children. When Brock gets up and speaks, when he has to do his speeches, and you guys don't know, but in his mind, he's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and he'll do it. And he's able to still speak even though he stutters. Back to that racism that I faced in high school at Carleton. That young man would not leave me alone. And I faced that I hated going to period 4 because I knew he would be there. I tried to be early some days so I wouldn't have to face it, wouldn't have to hear it when I walked through, but he was always there before me. And back then, I was alone. I didn't have what you guys have. Your schools, your high schools on reserve. Our students that go to Carleton, there's a lot of them, and they have each other, and it's more open. You have that, you're able to build that friendship with people. So it's so welcoming. When I started in grade 10, it was me, and I was alone in those classrooms. And my brothers that were there were older than me. And I was walking in the hallway one day with my brother Keenan, he's here. And I told him, but they all knew what I was facing in that classroom, my brothers that I was going to school with. And that young man and his brother were walking this way, and we're walking this way. And I told him, I said, this is that guy that keeps bugging me in period 4. And he told him, you leave my sister alone. Don't you ever bother her again. And that was it. He never bothered me again. And when I would come up to him in the hallways, he would always move to the side. So I had that, at least he was able to protect me in that way. But there's so much instances when you guys are going to be growing up and facing that in your communities. May not be racism, but whatever you guys face, you still need to face it head on. And always believe in yourself. I know this woman I am here, I was not this woman 10 years ago. I'll let you guys know that right now. I was a totally different woman. But raising my children alone, being their only voice, I had no other choice but to keep using my voice. So I want to leave that message with you guys. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for you guys being here. Because honestly, if you guys weren't here, it would be me and my staff sitting in here. And sometimes they all don't listen and they all just laugh like what they do in the back. I'm just kidding. I have amazing, amazing, amazing staff. And you'll always hear me say that. And always giving gratitude to our board of directors and our chiefs for all their support. So I thank all of you guys for being here. And we are going to be, oh, look at that. See, I told you guys I can talk forever. My children hear it. My children hear it the most, especially traveling. They hear all my everything. I can just go on and on about politics, about, their careers, education. Get your post-secondary right now while it's being paid for. Go after it. Do it. You guys can do it. You guys have so much supports. So we can go back into our agenda now. I thank you guys for listening to me. I don't know where that come from. But we have our agenda now and it's 1:05. And we have Wasey Rabbit that'll be up here to do his presentation. So I want to welcome, I see him coming. So Wasey Rabbit is from the Kainai First Nations of the Blackfoot Confederacy in Treaty 7. Wasey is a retired professional hockey player and now a coach in the WHL. He grew up playing minor hockey all over Alberta before playing for the Saskatoon Blades in the WHL. He captained the Blades and was also drafted into the NHL by the Boston Bruins. He finished his final year of junior hockey with the Vancouver Giants, where he won a Memorial Cup. Wasey went on to a 15-year professional career, playing for 4 NHL organizations, including Boston Bruins, Florida Panthers, Nashville Predators, Winnipeg Jets, and in 8 countries around the world. After his retirement from the professional hockey, Wasey went on to coach the Alberni Valley Bulldogs of the BCHL. He is currently in his first season as an assistant coach for the Saskatoon Blades in the WHL. Wasey will be celebrating his 3-year sobriety date in April. Sharing his healing and recovering journey, he hopes to offer strength and hope to anyone who is also struggling with addictions and mental health. So please help me in welcoming Wasey Rabbit. Hi. Thank you.
Okay, Tanse, Nistu Nidaniku Sapata. My name is Wasey Rabbit. As was mentioned, I'm from the Kainai First Nations, and I just want to say thank you for the kind introductory for the biography. I have a funny story. I was at Whitecap First Nations yesterday. We had the Winterfest there, and they were playing floor hockey, and all the kids come and see the Saskatoon Blades. I had the emblem in the bag, and I felt really old and out of date. A kid came up to me. He didn't know who I was. About 15 years ago in Saskatoon, people will be familiar with my name. But the young man who was about 7 or 8 was really upset because he thought I was the mascot for the Blades. So I was laughing, and I just want to be, that I'm not the mascot. I am the coach now. So I just want to thank everybody for coming here today. Any elders that are present, the organizers, thank you for inviting me. Anytime that I'm asked to speak, I want to make sure that I can say yes. And with a busy schedule with the Blades, now that I'm coaching, I literally just finished practice with our players over at the SaskTel Center here, and I rushed over. So before I get into my speech, I just kind of want to go over like where I'm from and where I grew up, and just like I'm not any different from anybody in here. I grew up in the Kainai First Nations, which is just outside Lethbridge. I'm an only child. I went to school off reserve, but I lived on reserve. My passion was hockey. So I started skating at a young age. I was 3 years old. Where I'm from, my community, you either rodeo in the summertime or you play hockey in the winter. And I'm actually named after a cowboy. His name's Wasey Cathy. And my middle name is Coleman. So does anybody rodeo here or ride horses? Just a show of hands, please. Yeah, so one or two. But so if we were back home, everyone where I'm from, they would put their hands up. Who's a hockey player here? Put your hand up, please. So we have a couple here. Who's a hockey fan? Okay. Who, I really need to know this. Who is a Edmonton Oilers fan? Put your hand up. Okay, you guys are excused. You guys can leave. Thank you. No. So again, like hockey was my passion. I grew up on my reserve. I played hockey on my reserve till I was about 12. Then I moved off to pursue. And part of my journey leaving was that, I went to school off reserve though. My first from grade 1 to grade 5, I lived in a town called Fort McLeod. And in that area, it's a non-Indigenous community, but we had my reserves huge. So we had my family members and I had all my friends going to school. So it wasn't that different. And in part of that going there, I didn't realize that, I just always thought human beings were human beings. I knew that I was Native, but I didn't know the discriminatory that came with Natives until I went into grade 2. There's probably about a group of 10 kids. They were in grade 2 and they always played soccer by themselves. And I wanted to play soccer with them. And the first time I went and tried to play soccer with them, they said no. And they said, I didn't understand why. They said it was because I was Indian. And, I didn't really think anything of it at the time. I went back with my friends and my cousins and I played soccer and I didn't really tell anybody this. And it didn't really bother me because, this might sound sad or sorry to anybody that's really into academics. I just wasn't really into school. My mom was a teacher, a high school teacher, and she made sure that education was a big part of my life, which it still is. But at that time, school was just somewhere for me to be with my friends and obviously to learn. But where I lived and where I loved and where I found myself was hockey. And some of you young men and women here, it may not be sports, it may not be academics, but you have something where you just go to and it's yourself. You can get away for an hour and there's no worries in life. And that's what hockey was for me. That was my passion. And I realized that passion at a young age. And I was about probably 9 or 8 years old where my dad sat me down and realized that I had a gift, and that was hockey. And he said, well, if you want to pursue this gift, you have to do certain things. And one of those things was I would have to leave the reserve. I would have to leave my family. And it wasn't a big move. We went from my reserve to Lethbridge, which is about 40 minutes away. But I went to a school and there was less Indigenous kids. There's maybe a handful. And that was fine with me. School wasn't really my thing, but we were in one of the best hockey tournaments for my age group. And I remember I was having the best game. I scored 2 goals already. And I was so excited because there was teams from all over Alberta, all over Saskatchewan. I get to show, I belong here. I have my passion, and everybody gets to see my talent. And it was in the second period 2 minutes into the third period, and I go to take a face-off. And I kind of get emotional when I tell this story because this young man who was my age, he looked across and he looked me dead square in the eyes and he said, go back to your reserve. And that was the first time that racism, I really felt it. Sorry. Because hockey is where I belonged. Hockey was my sanctuary, where I got to be myself. And for the first time in my life, someone told me I didn't belong somewhere. So, my coaches didn't know how to handle it. My dad was really upset. You look now with Hockey Canada, they're trying to build, inclusion. And I didn't know how to, my dad was, telling me to be proud of myself, but it was my grandma, who's no longer with us, who gave me the best words of advice. She says, when people say stuff like that, it's just showing it has no bearing on who you are as an individual. She says, you're First Nations, you're an Indigenous man, you have strong blood, you be proud of where you come from. Because when people say that, all they're doing is you're holding up a mirror. You're holding up a mirror to these people that are saying disrespectful things because they don't feel good about themselves. They need to say something to somebody else to make sure that where their feelings are, they got to bring it down. And I didn't, just the way she put it, and I could understand. And I took those words throughout my entire career and throughout my life because I moved to Airdrie, which is just north of Calgary. And for the first time in my life, I was the only kid that was not white in that school. And that was the hardest thing for me to do. because I didn't have, we have our humor as Native people. We have our jokes, and nobody really understood me. And I would try and, I'm a very social person. I had to get out of my shell, to meet people, and I was really shy at the time. Now I can talk for hours, which is why I'm here, and we're going to do it. But so when I walked there, this was part of my journey, is that, I had to chase my dream. But at the time, there were things that I would have to do that weren't easy. And one of those things that weren't easy was that I didn't have any friends. I didn't have any, my family members. My grandparents were 2 hours away, but they might as well have been, in another country. So it was really hard for me. And for me, like at that time, I had hockey, and I didn't really have any friends on the hockey team because I was Indigenous. But I had, I stuck to it, and I chased my dreams. And by chasing those dreams, I was lucky enough to be drafted by the Saskatoon Blades. And again, to chase my dreams, to play in the NHL, I would have to move away. And from where I'm from Saskatoon, where we are, where I played junior hockey, it's about 6.5 hours drive to see my family. And my parents, we didn't have a lot growing up. My parents sacrificed a lot so I could, pursue my dreams and travel to play hockey and buy new equipment. So in order for them to come visit me, they would have to save up, and we were busy half the time. So, part of that, going through all this as a young man, it kind of led me up to, where I was, and I got to play at 16 in Saskatoon. Is there any Regina Pat fans or Connor Bedard fans? Yeah, everybody knows who Connor Bedard is. When I was growing up, we had Sidney Crosby. And I was lucky enough to be a part of the Creative Arts Agency, which is the agency with Sidney Crosby. And I played under 18 with Sidney Crosby. And I got to experience, what it is for someone. You talk about hard work and determination and treating people the right way, which Connor Bedard does. And as I was expanding my world, I was meeting all these people, and I was learning that, you treat people the right way and you'll get treated right back. The what you put in is what you get out of it. And, there's not going to be a lot of great things that might, you might have to go through some hard times, but there is a lot of great rewards in chasing your dreams. And by chasing my dreams, there was mentioned that I was drafted by the Boston Bruins. And if anybody knows the Boston Bruins, their original 6 hockey team, but again, I went from 6 hours away to now I'm on the other side of North America. But it was such a proud moment in my life to be drafted into the NHL. At that time, I was also the second First Nations captain in the Western Hockey League at the time. And, Saskatoon is now my home. I come back to it. By the time I understood what it meant to be a leader in our community. And, you look at the ripple effect down, Ted Nolan and the late Gino Ojic were the guys that were kind of paving the way for me. So it was kind of my turn to give back. And you look at Ethan Bear, there's Brady Keeper, and there's just so many other First Nations and Indigenous people coming through. And you look at all the presenters here, they're all young men and women who are sharing their stories. And with my story, part of that is like with the accomplishments that happened, it was my very first game in I guess it'd be the exhibition in the NHL game, is in the old Montreal Canadian Square. And we were playing Montreal. We landed. We took a first-class flight, and all the guys that I was drafted with the Bruins were the guys that won the Cup in 2011. There was Brad Marchand, Tuukka Rask, Johnny Boychuk. So those are all the guys that I grew up with the Bruins system. And I took a big setback, and I'll get it like the story later on about why I took that setback. But so I signed my first NHL contract at the age of 19. And I was excited, I'm going to start playing pro hockey. And then I get to camp, and I didn't have a very good camp, which was on me. They sent me back to the Vancouver Giants, and I ended up winning a Memorial Cup. And does anybody know who Milan Lucic is? The big tough guy for the Flames? Yeah. So he was my line mate there, and I got to learn again. We talk about people that you meet throughout your life who are just, independent, like genuinely good people. And Milan is one of those good people. He's just a big giant, but he treats people the right way. And I got traded from the Saskatoon Blades to the Vancouver Giants and didn't know anybody. And Milan was the first person to pick me up from the airport. And he kind of just introduced me to this team. And I was there for 6 months in Vancouver. And we ended up, we hosted the Memorial Cup. We played the Medicine Hat Tigers in the WHL final. We lost in Game 7, triple overtime. So we didn't win the league, but 2 weeks later, we got to play the Medicine Hat Tigers in the finals. And if you guys have a chance, you can go on YouTube. It's the old Canucks stadium where we played, and there was about 20,000 people, and that was probably the most, like, the highlight of my career, because we won. We got to, we did something as a team. We celebrated. We worked together, and this is my first real realization is of that. You talk about chasing your independent dreams, but there's also people along the same path as you, and you learn to let go of your ego. And, sometimes it's what's best for the team rather than just the individual. And that goes the same with your family too. That was a lot I learned about my family is that at that time is that I didn't realize the sacrifices that my parents made for me until I won that Memorial Cup. And I remember getting like phone calls because there was no Facebook at the time. I got phone calls and emails from different First Nations around Canada just saying how proud I was, how proud they were of me because, I was on that national stage. And that's something I always take pride in is winning that Memorial Cup. And, I never did play in the NHL. That was for me that, it is a disappointment, but I look at it as a positive because I got to play for 4 different NHL organizations, but I also got to travel. I was 25 when I played professional in the American Hockey League, which is the kind of the farm and the feeder system for the NHL. And I never got my NHL game. And I got a phone call from an agent. And at the time there was Facebook. He invited me to come play in a country called Croatia. Does anybody know where Croatia is? Anybody heard of it? No. Well, it's not a very big hockey country. They're more known for soccer, or in Europe they call it football. And for me, I kind of had to make a decision that with all of it, like if I didn't chase my dream, at least I could use hockey as a vehicle where I can, chase, I get to experience different cultures, meet different people, travel around the world. I got to live in Croatia, Norway, Italy, Czech Republic, Slovakia. I spent a year in Japan. The stories in Japan are pretty cool. Like I got there. Does anybody like sushi? No. If you guys get to eat sushi, make sure you guys eat ginger before it because it cleans your palate and you don't get sick. I didn't realize that later. So just a little tidbit that if you guys do have sushi, there's ginger there. It cleans your palate and you get rid of all the disease on the fish. So I got to go to at the time. Now it's Ukraine right now, which is the most dangerous place on earth. It's called the demilitarized zone between North Korea and South Korea. Anybody know where that is? Put your hands up where North and South Korea are. So I'm probably a handful of people that have got to actually go into North Korea. There's the UN. They have basically a tour where you go in and there's the guard that's like from South Korea. They're a little bit more relaxed, and the guards from North Korea. And it's just like a room. So you would just pass through and you'd walk in. But as they're saying that, you can't take any pictures. You can't smile. Just go in, get out, and then you can say you're in North Korea. So I'm probably a handful of people that have actually been into North Korea. And those experiences that I got to do in Japan, and we after that, we actually traveled to China to walk the Great Wall. And if you guys ever get an opportunity to go to China, I definitely would recommend going to the Great Wall. It just never ends. You just keep stepping. And it was actually really cool. And my wife, Ashley, who I wish was here, she would tell us a little bit better stories than I would, but she got to live with me. My mom got to come visit. My parents got to come visit. And this never would have happened unless, I pursued my dream when my dad asked me that, at 10 years old, do you want to play in the NHL? And, I never did play in the NHL, but this is kind of like going back that you never know where your dreams will take you. You may not see something like if you want to be a doctor, but you end up going to school for something else and you find your passion. I would have never gone to all these countries if my dad at 10 years old didn't ask me what I wanted to do. And it took a lot of internal struggle to leave my reserve. There was a lot of people that told me, if a lot of you young men and women here came and stood up next to me, you're probably taller than me. I was always told because of where I was from or how tall I was or what I looked like that I couldn't pursue something. And in the back of my mind, I would always make sure that it didn't matter what people said. It was a matter what I thought of myself. and the people around me that supported me, that, you know, in this journey, that they believe in me and they believe in myself. And that was the number one thing. So like I had a lot of like self-doubt, and I was a really shy kid growing up, and all these accomplishments that, you know, I had. I'm going to read you guys a quote here, and it'll tie into kind of what my tail end of my speech is. It's called "The Man in the Glass." And when I first walked into the Boston Bruins training room, it had this quote, and I'm going to read it to you. It's called "The Man in the Glass." When you get what you want in your struggle for self, and the world makes you king for a day, then go to the mirror and look at yourself and see what that man has to say. For it isn't a man's father, mother, or wife whose judgment upon him must pass. The fellow whose verdict counts most in life is the man staring back from the glass. He's a fellow to please, never mind all the rest, for he's with you clear to the end. And you've passed your most dangerous, difficult test if the man in the glass is your friend. You can fool the whole world down the pathway of years and get pats on the back as you pass, but the final reward will be heartache and tears if you've cheated the man in the glass. So in my biography, there's a lot of accomplishments, and there's single accomplishments. But the last accomplishment that I had is that, you know, in April 2020 was the last time I ever used drugs or alcohol. So I'm coming up on my 3-year date sobriety. And I share this story with, I walked into the Boston Bruins dressing room because I was 16 years old when I came to the Blaze, and at my very first party, I had my very first beer. And we talked about how, you know, I mentioned that I went to school and I was really insecure. And then I had this beer, and then all these ambitions go away. I could talk to anybody. I was this different person. People liked me. My jokes were funny. But I knew deep down that I was going down this pathway that was a dark path. And I was stuck, and I didn't know how to get over it. So I went, of all these accomplishments and people patting me on the back as I passed, I knew that I was living this double life because I wasn't the person that I was supposed to be. And my grandparents told me, like, when I use drugs or when I drink alcohol, that my spirit leaves me. And, you know, I hadn't felt who I was when I was 10, that I wanted to be this, you know, I said I wanted to be Wasey the hockey player. And it actually shook me to my core reading this in the Boston Bruins in an NHL dressing room. And as I was reading this, I just felt like a fraud. You know, I felt like a fraud because I was at the height of my addiction. I was 20 years old. I had the world was my oyster. I had the palm of my hands. I had all this money, but I wasn't happy. I went from team to team. I wasn't happy. And as I kept, you know, at the time, you know, you think it was fun that I'm with the boys, I'm partying. Hockey's a big, big beer culture. And if you don't, you kind of fit in, you kind of stick out like a sore thumb. But for me, deep down, I was just like, I was in this dark place, and I was dreading who I was. And I lived like that for probably 8 years. And I was alone when I was in Europe, and I would just self-medicate. I had nothing to do, so I would just sit there and I would drink by myself. And nobody knew this. My mom actually, 2 years before I got sober, I was really good at hiding things, and she just came up and asked me. She looked me dead in the eye. I went over to visit her as in the summertime, and she asked me if I was doing drugs. And that was the first time in my life that I like looked my mom in the eye and I lied to her. And then I remember I went home and I cried because, like, deep down, I needed help, and I didn't know how to ask for it. Because I grew up over there at the SaskTel in the hockey world. If you're a man, you're not supposed to show emotions. When I grew up, you get hurt, they tell you to walk it off. But I didn't know how to ask. Like, there was no Band-Aid for what I was feeling because I felt alone. I didn't know how to ask for help because I felt alone. And it was my last year playing professional. We were playing in Florida, and the COVID era, where the world shut down because of COVID, and we had to come back. And, you know, I was using and drinking heavily down in Florida, and I had to self-quarantine in my car, I had to self-quarantine at my parents' place in the basement with my wife, and nobody knows this. One of my best friends was actually was selling me drugs, and who I haven't talked to since my sobriety date, but he was selling me drugs. He would secretly bring the drugs and he put them in my car. And for 14 days, I was drunk or high, and I was hiding it from my parents, and I was hiding it from my wife. And my wife went home, and it was day 16, so it would have been April 20th, that the drugs that I had fentanyl in it. And I had the basement to myself. I had all the alcohol. I had all the drugs. I was by myself. No one was going to bother me. And I woke up and I was on my stomach. And I had like a burning singe down my left arm. And I had white pus and stuff coming out of my mouth. Now I didn't know what happened to me at the time, but now I know I overdosed. And if I would have been on my back, I probably wouldn't be. I guarantee I know I wouldn't be here today. And my mom was upstairs and my dad was upstairs, and I just paced down, and I finally had to break down, and I had to tell my mom that for the first time in my life that I failed myself and I failed them and that I needed help. And at the time I felt I was a failure. And during the COVID era, I couldn't go to any rehabilitation centers. I called in our professional league, it's called the PHBA. They call it the red hot or the red hot or the red line or whatever for addictions or suicide or mental health. And they weren't helping. And it was funny that during my, I was 32 days, just kind of what we call in my recovery community is white knuckling it, where I wasn't talking to anybody. Like I wasn't getting help. I was just trying to do it on myself. I was just trying to it was for those 32 days was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And I was at my in-laws' place and I was taking a shower, and I usually listen to podcasts. It's called Elliot Friedman and Jeff Merrick. They're always on Sportsnet. If you guys ever watch Hockey Night in Canada, my former teammate was on that podcast called The 32 Thoughts, and his name's Nate Thompson. And he was talking about his 2 years sobriety. And being a teammate, we follow each other on Twitter. I said, "Hey man, I just want to let you know that like I'm trying to get sober right now. I'm 30 days in. Your story really helped me." And it shared. His story did help a lot. And within probably 3 or 4 minutes, I was on the phone with him. And with that conversation, I just told him exactly what I was going through. And he said, which made it sound for me, it was okay. He said, "Wasey, it's gonna be okay. Be easy on yourself. You're not alone." And Nate, I'm in a sobriety community, and I speak to Nate every day. And I've met these amazing people. And in my sobriety community, we talk about, courage, strength, and hope. Courage to tell your story. Strength to stand up there and to be vulnerable. And hope that, if anybody's out there that is struggling with something, that you're not alone, because I lived like that for 15 years. And me telling my story is part of my recovery journey. It is really hard for me when I first to admit that I had a problem, because at the time I thought I was a failure. But I realized by asking for help and, talking to my mom and reaching out to getting help, it was the strongest thing that I could have done. And that was my biggest accomplishment in life, is asking for help and realizing that I needed it, and that I had problems with addiction and my mental health. So for me, sharing the story, everybody here right now, you guys are healing me because I'm getting it off my chest. And the more you get off your chest, and I'm telling this, the less power it has over me. So if you have somebody and you don't I fooled the world. Everybody thought I was this glum person. I'm a professional hockey player, lives life, but I was in a dark, dark place for over 15 years. What I thought was fun just consumed me because I had a disease. They talk about, and part of the racism that I talked about is that there's the drunk Indian you would hear. And then for me, that was the hardest thing, is that, I end up turning into that drunk Indian, but now I'm not that drunk Indian. I'm here to when I got sober, the first thing I thought is, okay, well, how am I going to have fun? How am I going to go out and enjoy my friends? And I realized who my real friends were. I probably had hundreds of people that would be around me. And as soon as I got sober, I had 5 that I still talk to today. So I pick and choose where I go, who I talk to, and who I, present myself, my real self. So if I can leave with anything is that, be kind to each other. Because it is with all it takes is going onto your phone to find something really positive, but also to find something really, really negative. And all it takes is for you to read something about someone or something about yourself. And that's how negativity in the world works. But where the darkness is, the light can only take out darkness. So away from your tablets, away online, if you see somebody, all it takes is telling somebody like, hey, I like your hoodie, and give them a smile. Every morning I talk to we have our young 16 to 20-year-old who I thought when I was 16, 20, that I knew everything, is that, there's a lot of really people that are battling with, all they want to be told is that they're doing a good job. So if you see somebody, even if they aren't doing a good job, but you see that they're working hard, let them know. Say, hey, good job, I appreciate you. Or if you see somebody that's struggling with something, or they're on the street holding a door, because it can go a long way, because you really don't know what people are going through. In my 3.5 years, my 2.5 years coming up on 3 years of sobriety, I've lost five friends, either to suicide-related addictions or to overdoses. Close personal friends who I thought were just having fun at the time, who I thought were, because they post something on social media, that they were having fun. But they check in with each other, be nice to each other, be kind to each other. Because that's all I want to do in this world now is be there for somebody and to share my story, that in the 2.5 years that I've been sober, my life has changed completely. I got married. I had got a dream job. I get to come speak to this beautiful room here, to all these handsome and pretty Indigenous people that, that I'm proud of, because you guys, I may not be from where you're from, but you guys are my people, and I'm so proud to be in the same room. And you look at these conferences, and what you take from these conferences, bring back to your communities. Because although you might have to chase your dreams, you may have to leave, or if you stay on, but bring something positive back to your communities. Because we are very, very strong people, and we come from a strong bloodline. And non-Indigenous people have been trying to break us down, but we are so strong. And you belong in any space you feel that you need to go to chase your dreams. Chase that. Don't just walk into a room, kick that door down and tell them that I'm here. Work as hard as you can. Be a good person. But most importantly, don't forget to have fun, because you're chasing your dreams should be fun and you should enjoy them. With that, I will kind of open the floor. I have some nice swag here. We got a couple hats, some shirts, but I will only give those out to those that have any questions. So anybody has any questions? Yep, the lady with, the glasses, you were the first one up here. You don't have any questions or any questions? Okay, I just ask, if you have a question, will you please stand up? Okay. Where do I live right now, or where am I from? I live here in Saskatoon. So me and my wife, Ashley, just bought a house here in Saskatoon. So we're here for the next foreseeable future. Yep. Oh, thank you. It wasn't all bad. I love hockey, and that's why I keep continuing, but I appreciate that. Thank you. You have a question? I don't have any kids. Myself and my wife just got married 2 years ago, and hopefully we'll have some babies soon. My mom they don't buy me Christmas presents anymore. They just buy us baby stuff, because now we're getting the pressure. Yep, with the red toque here. That's actually a really good question. The Calgary Flames? Okay, so I have a story, and it's gonna starts with. Did you guys who listened to Theo Fleury yesterday? Yes, Theo Fleury was my hero growing up. Do you know why he was my hero? He was good, but also he played for the best NHL team on earth, the Calgary Flames. So who I one day I won't get to play, but I hopefully one day I get to coach. Any other questions in the back? You got a question? Okay. Just for those that have questions, come up and I'll come give you guys some swag here for the young people. You got there.
When did you first
There
play
you
hockey?
go. I was 3.
How long have you been playing hockey?
I retired now. I don't play hockey anymore.
How
There you go. So we don't have for everybody.
much goals did you score in WHL?
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I think I let the room go here. I'll come out and pass stuff around for those of you that ask questions. Sorry, I didn't realize everybody would be coming up. So everybody have a seat quick. Have a seat, please.
How much goals did you score when you played for Saskatoon Blades?
Okay, I had a question. How many goals did I score when I played for the Saskatoon Blades? I'm going to say 80, almost 100. I did actually represent our country with Team Canada, and I just put in my application to hopefully one day coach our World Junior team. I just submitted that application today, so hopefully everybody send out good positive vibes. So thank you. So before I wrap up, I will come. I don't know if do you want to hand these out? Be in charge of these, maybe, because I only have a couple left. But again, I just want to leave you guys. I know we have a breakout session after. If you do come, we can answer the questions there. But hopefully everybody has a really good time here. I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. In Blackfoot country, we put our hand to heart when we're saying thank you, and we say sugapi. And I will leave you with a Blackfoot term, which is we call it mugakit igakamat. Means work hard, persevere, and have fun. That's basically every time I went to play hockey, my mom would text me that. And I'm just learning now my language, which is Blackfoot. And my wife is Cree, but we adopted her, so she's now Blackfoot. And now we're taking the Crees one woman at a time, you know. But again, thank you, and I'll see you guys at my breakout session. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, turn around, girl. Turn around.
All right, I'll give these. You can figure out what to do. If you want to give some.
Okay. Is your phone?
Oh yes.
Let's give him another round of applause, everybody. So for those of you that still want to listen to him and meet him, get autographs, he's going to be in this room. And we also have the other breakout sessions that are going on in the Canadian room. We have Joey Generu, and then Kayla Pelche Wadidika is in the courtyard room. And Reagan Alexis Ishnana is in the brass lantern. And they're still making the hand drums down in the Manitoba room. This was found. Who's missing an AirPod? If you're missing one, I want you to bring me your case so I can see that it pairs with your case. I'm sure somebody knows somebody that's missing one. It was found outside. Okay? So for those of you that want to stay, you guys can stay. And then those of you that want to go on to those other presentations, you're free to do them. And we will be back in here at 2:50. Thank you.
Small shadow if you'll fit it. Want to give it to somebody that will.
Okay, we have some youth that are in here. Please make sure you have your needs assessment completed and we have your name. I have all the prizes that we will be drawing for. But I'm just letting you guys know, it'll be about another half hour before we start our closing because our drum makers are almost done making their drums. So we'll start maybe about 3:15. Amber. So we'll get started in here about 3:15 with the closing. We'll start that. And I believe the drum group, we will need the drum group for closing as well. So prevention team, make sure Amber has your guys' names of all of your youth that completed that needs assessment. Amber has the box in the back and she's putting all the names in there. So with that, we'll start at about 3:15. Thank you. Is Renee in the back? This phone was found along with the name tag. Is anybody missing an AirPod? Do you know of a friend that's missing an AirPod? You're Drayden? Oh, okay. Oh, there's your mom. So if this isn't claimed, it's probably just gonna go in the garbage. No. You need to make sure you bring your case up to me so I can see, make sure that it pairs. Or if you bring me your Apple device and show me on your Find My app, you can show me that you guys are missing this. No, he did. Because he had a group in here. He had a group in here and he No, you're gonna come down. I'm just gonna do these three right now. We're not doing this yet. We're gonna do all the closing. Okay? Kinda, yeah. Just gonna do these right now. So we're gonna get started here pretty quick on our closing. If one of you can come and name me one of our presenters' names, come up. From any of the last 2 days. Can you name me one? I have one more. There you go. That's it. I'm done. I have no more gift cards. So I just want to give thanks to all of our presenters that assisted us with the last few days. We had our FSIN youth male rep, Brock Forstar, and he was also the co-MC. And he also assisted in with the hand games and singing whenever needed. So we had him. Haley Rose couldn't make it, but we had Theo Fleury, Kendall Netmaker, Wacy Rabbit, Paulette Potra, Preston Thoten Awasis, Holly Tuliger, Robin Morin, Alphonse Obey, Caleb Pelche Wadidika, Dennis Omiyasu, Morgan Standing, Reagan Alexis Ishnana, Dr. Leo Omani, Joey Genero, Linda Obey Lavalle, Sharon Meyer. Our on-site service providers were Gina Whiteman, Natanis Kay, Joyce Knight, and in our fashion show, we had Heather Boucher, Nadine Deegan, Lacey Noon, Nadine Obey, Stella McLeod Wadidika, Taylor Ishnana Hotine, Kayleen Wadidika, and our entertainers were Conway Kootenay and Wolf Creek Singers from Piapot. So let's give them all a great big round of applause. How are we doing this? How are we doing closing? I sure hope each and every one of you guys learned at least one thing, because it's always the hope of all of our presenters to at least be able to share at least one thing that somebody can take with them when they go home. Or if you guys met new people, shook new hands. I just thank you all, the youth, from the bottom of my heart for being here. So we're going to get started with our closing ceremonies pretty quick here. Should we do all of this first? So we'll do the draws for the prizes. And then and then have all of our staff and dignitaries come up and then dance out. Okay? And then the ballroom and all of that. Okay. So first things first, we're going to be doing the draws for the prizes, as you can see them all here. I really hope all of you guys completed that needs assessment, and I thank you guys for completing it because that helps us be able to provide the best that we can for you guys. So we're going to be doing that. And then after we're done this, I will ask for the chiefs that are left here, any band counselors, the board of directors, senior management, and our staff to come up. We're all going to stand up front here, and we're going to have some elders do the prayer, the closing prayer. And we will have our singers sing us out. So with that, and then after we have supper, there's still supper here for you guys. And you guys are still gonna have your teen dance that'll take place in here from 7 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. And then your curfew is gonna be at 11. So we did it, guys. We got through the youth summit. I know you guys heard me speak, so I'm going to see if our board chair, Keith Pratt, would want to come and say some closing remarks to you guys. Thank you guys for being respectful. I know that the noise level wasn't much of an issue, and I really appreciate that. You know, I don't know if it's just my hearing, but I didn't hear anybody's phones going off either. Did you guys hear phones? No, good job, guys. So we're going to continue on with our closing, and here is our board chairman, Keith Pratt.
Thank you, Carmen. I just want to say thank you very much, you guys. It's been a very good 2 days of a lot of stuff, even for myself as an older person. Being young at one time, I actually learned a lot of things as well, and a lot of good, refreshing information that you guys were given. I think some of the information that that you guys have gotten, you need to take that back. And I think that message has been there for the last couple of days. Listen to some of the stuff that's been happening, and especially with our young people with the drugs and alcohol. I was just reading last week in the papers that there was in Saskatchewan, there's 55 young people that passed away from overdoses and taking fentanyl, that kind of thing. So you guys need to be careful. Things like that can happen every day because you don't know what you're taking. And a lot of these young people, that's what they experienced. They didn't know what they were given, and then they end up passing away. So I just want to say, take that information back. Talk to somebody if you're not feeling well. Because I know it's sometimes we get a lot of thinking, right, and it's not good for you if you're bored at home and things like that, right? So get involved in your sports, your recreation, that kind of thing, as much as you can. Get outside. I was just talking to some of our older people the last couple of days about when we were younger, we were never allowed inside, even in this cold weather. We got kicked outside to cut wood or haul snow or that kind of thing, right? So make sure. I know gaming is a big problem. Even staying up late, not going to school, that kind of thing in the mornings. They're too tired. So you need to maybe think of stuff like that to listen. What your elders are telling you, what your parents are telling you. Even your bigger brothers and sisters. So make sure you take that. Take that advice. And I think, like I mentioned yesterday morning, that even I'm actually still excited to be here, just to see the young people and the energy that's here in the last couple of days. And again, I give thanks to God, Creator, Jesus Christ. Those are all the things that we pray to, that there's a higher power that can help us, when we go through tough times. But in closing, I want to say thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers that this is a big undertaking that the staff have done. It's huge. Like I said, we started last fall with some of the planning, and then also some of our leadership as well. We're involved in a lot of the planning and information, that kind of thing. So a lot of good speakers, like yesterday with Theory and Flurry. I really enjoyed that, and as well today, Wasey Rabbit. And they actually came from the same place as we did. Had the tough times that we did. I myself as well. I haven't drank in 25 years now, my wife and I, but I just want to say that I went through those same things as well with alcohol. Not much drugs though, but I lost the alcohol in my life. That kind of. So we go through those phases when you're young. So don't try. What my dad used to say is that you don't have to experience them as long as we tell you. What's going to happen. So do the best you can. Listen to your elders. Talk to your kokum or mushroom or somebody that you trust, and let them know how you're feeling. If you're not feeling healthy or not feeling good mentally. And again, in closing, thank you to the leadership, the chiefs, and the councils of the 5 bands. Thank you for giving me the opportunity as well to be part of QBOW, and also Carmen. Some of the stuff I worked with Carmen a long time, probably 8, 9, 10 years kind of thing. So a lot of the staff that we worked with, Elaine, Marcella, all her staff, all the cultural people that try to teach you guys good cultural teachings, that kind of thing, right? Some of the stories that you were given today, last couple of days, really important messages. I can't state how important those messages are for you guys as young people, that struggle. Times are different, you got to do the best you can, and, stay in school, that kind of thing. So that's about it. On behalf of Board of Directors, Elaine Lavalle, Ethel Lapant, Pearl Taken, and we also have a couple more board members are just coming on stream from the other bands as well. So again, thank you very much, and I hope you guys really enjoyed it, and we'll have a good supper and a good dance tonight, and get to bed early too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith Pratt. For some more closing remarks before we continue on with the draws, here is Brock Forstar, our FSIN youth rep and also the co-MC.
I'm talking about Oxpen homie Mark Shinamaki api Brock Forster Maki api. This was a fun experience for me. I really enjoy being behind a mic talking, and I'd like to thank QBOW for this opportunity, and I hope there's more things like these for me in the future, because I really like talking to youth. I really like their company. And I had a fun few days here with them, especially at our round dance and our kahomini and our hand games. Hand games was pretty fun today. I'm a champ. Yeah, I just hope all of you guys had a fun time and you made friends, and you'll see them again. We don't say goodbye. We say doksha, okay. We'll see you again. Mustas. And I can't wait for next year to see all you faces again. Maybe a couple new faces. And that's all I got to say for now. And I got the 2-step tonight. Been practicing in the shower. Just kidding. But yeah, I'd like to thank QBOW. I'd like to thank my mom. And I'd like to thank our elders that lifted their pipes, their chanumpas this morning, and for our youth drum group here, Wolf Creek from Piapot. And with that, I'd like to say thank you again. Nina Wopira, Pirame Mutakwas.
Hidamae. Remember I made mention to you guys about when you're public speaking and how I made mention that he stutters and he didn't. But if you guys couldn't see, but his legs, they were moving. So you find things that help you speak, and you guys all have a voice, and you guys are all very powerful. You all carry your own medicines and your own gifts. So embrace whatever you guys want to do and be fearless. Don't be afraid. You grow most when you face those things that you fear the most. That's where you find out who you are and how they made mention of what's in here and who you are. You're all very powerful. And I want to leave you guys with that message to never forget your power and to always use your voice and to always stand up for yourself and stand up for your fellow peers and take care of each other. So with that, I want to call up Alphonse. Where is Alphonse? He's going to be doing the draws. Thank you guys for all your information. Thank you to the chaperones, to the drum group, to absolutely everyone involved, and to our QBOW staff. With all my heart, thank you. I'll continue to lead in the best way that I can. So thank you guys for all your hard work. I appreciate every single one of you. Amitakyasin.
All right, Bubs. I heard that. Woo! Yeah, again, let's give Carmen a round of applause, you guys. Once again, honestly, for all her hard work. Let's give Brock a round of applause here too. He's already leading by an example. All of our QBOW staff and our organizers here, let's give them a round of applause. I appreciate you all. So we're gonna do some draws here. We were kind of having this conversation here before we got started. We don't know which one to do last because all you guys might want to switch. One of you guys might want an Oculus. One of you guys might want a laptop. And so which one should we do first? Round of applause with what? Well, I know the ones that are saying AirPods probably already have a Switch and an Oculus. Oculus? The last one, Oculus? All right, then. So we're going to do this first. Yeah, that one's last. And then I guess that one. AirPod. If we went in price range, I guess it'd be a little bit different setup, but it's not about price. It's about you guys. So however you guys want it. So the first one is the AirPods here. Let her draw. Yeah. Pick this one. Just one. All right, that's it. All right, here we go. Kino from Pipod. Round of applause to Kino. Kino Crow. Hastam. Where's Kino? Is he around? Kino Crow. Hey, somebody go yell out in front there. One of the Pipod guys, I think he's eating with his mom in that restaurant there. I think that might be him. I thought I seen him on Travis. Maybe I want to go check. I'm gonna have to redraw, hey? Whoa. I sure hate for him to miss out, I don't know how we're setting this up. If they're not here, do we redraw? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. So as explained here, the only ones that are going to be like that are not here, an exception is Standing Buffalo students because they had to go back for reasons, good reasons. So we'll tape their names to it if they get drawn. So that way, out of respect for them, they had to go back respectfully. Is Kino out there? Anyone know? 30 seconds, no Kino? All right, countdown. All right. 1, 2, 3, 30. She's got the time, 30 seconds. While this 30 seconds is going on, there's one community that I really want to acknowledge. All of you guys, but I want a round of applause for Wood Mountain, for our Oglala Nation there. Man, I'm glad they came. I'm so happy that they came. There are people, and that's, I want to be the truth. Sitting Bull's people right there, and I want to thank them, those our Oglalas right there, Ogle. They call them Ogles, but Ogle, the shirt. I've got that message from their dad, and it's such a cool history there. Redraw? Oh, you missed his redraw. We redraw. All right, redraw. Go ahead, pick another one. That's it. How do you say this last? Kara Iapes from Beardy Socomesis. Come get your AirPods. All right. All right, the next one's going to be for this laptop. All right, for the laptop here, there's Acer. We'll have a little helper here help us out. Emery Straight Nose from Pipot. Ooh, we got strong medicine, Pipot. You gotta take a picture there. Oh, well, I'll duck out of the way. All right, there's the next one. All right, this one's for the Switch. Nintendo Switch. All right, here we go. Eugene La Swiss, Standing Buffalo. A round of applause. This one goes to Standing Buffalo. One of us from the Southern community. Huh? Oh, you here? All right, come on up, man. Awesome. Round of applause for Eugene. Oh, yeah, turn around real quick. All right, the next one is the iPad. All right, I got you, Drayden. Oh, hold on. Put one back. Put one back. Put one back. Don't look at it. Put one back. Here you go. I'm sorry. I don't know how to read this handwriting. Greer Patagan, Standing Buffalo. Does that sound right? Where's Rod? Her. Huh? It's like a G or a C. Do you know this? Is that one of ours? Is that one of ours? Is that one of ours? Anybody know? Greer Patagan? There was no Standing Buffalo, or there was no Patagons on our Standing Buffalo list. So I don't. Is it? Grier? Grier Patagan? Is there a Grier Patagan, Rod? No? It's legit? All right, then. We'll tape this one on. This goes to Standing Buffalo. Let's give them a round of applause, you guys. Sorry, we don't know all the students here, so you got to be patient with us. This last one is the Oculus. My kids have an Oculus, man. They're just like flying around and everywhere. All right, make sure there's one here. Okay, I'll put one back, my girl. That middle one. Let's put it back. There you go. All right. Is it Malaya? 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 Malaya Gardapi from Beardy's Okomesis. All right. Okay. All right.
One more person that I want to thank, and we really need to give him a big round of applause for capturing this entire event, Curtis Cameron Photography. Now, can I please get all of our staff, our board of directors, our chiefs that are left with us, and our band counselors, and our elders that were asked to come and do our closing prayers. Kua. Right here, right here, right here. I just want to ask for one more round of applause for everyone here from QBOW Child and Family Services. Thank you, guys. We will have the closing prayer and then the dance out. PWA. Another mention I forgot to do was to our broadcasters that are broadcasting this event live right now. And it's a huge thank you to IOPS. I'm sorry if I said that wrong, but thank you for being here. And also to Saskatoon. Thank you for hosting our event. So we're gonna do an honor song, and after the honor song, we'll have a victory song, and on the victory song is when we'll be dancing out. Pidame to the prayers that were just said here. Safe travels to everyone. Don't forget supper and the dance is still on tonight. Namitakyasin.